Welcome to 549 Media. The lights are on, the crowd is loud, and the stage is set for tonight's action. From the opening whistle to the final buzzer, we bring you every drive, every shot, every play that makes the difference. This is where passion meets performance and every moment counts. Grab a snack, sit back, and enjoy your hometown Yellowjackets because the game starts now.
Well, good evening to you, live from the Hive here in Perham High School, bringing you all three of the triangular duels tonight, featuring the hometown Perham Yellowjackets, the Sauk Centre-Melrose Defenders, and the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels. All three streams will just start out right away. We'll be live on the same stream. We'll bring you all the action as it goes in its entirety. We'll be starting, our schedule will look like this: Sauk Centre-Melrose and Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton opening tonight. Then we'll go Perham versus Sauk Centre-Melrose, and the nightcap tonight will be Perham versus Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels. And also a parents' night wedged in there as well. So as you're following along tonight, it'll be a fun night of wrestling. All too long since we've been aboard. My name's Lance Rock. I'm sitting alongside Jesse Hine, and we're honored to bring you this coverage. And Jesse, a lot of wrestling's already happened, but tonight's going to be a really great night for all three of these teams as they match up tonight.
Yeah, you said it best. I mean, we're already into January, and this is the first action here in the Hive, but excited for a couple section matches, and, you know, these programs are going to have some quality wrestlers, and it's just going to be a fun night of wrestling.
Right, and we want to thank all of our sponsors as we're looking. You're seeing them scrolling. Please patronize them as possible. But, again, a lot of key matchups tonight, a lot of things. It's still early in January, but there always are some of those section implications tonight. If somebody upsets somebody, or just if the matchouts lay like they could tonight, we could see some really good matchups here.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you're wrestling a section opponent, it matters. And things carry over, but we are into the second half of the year. You see wrestlers starting to trickle down to probably the weights they're going to be at the end of the year with a 2-pound allowance after Christmas. And it's just fun to see all this stuff take shape.
Well, we'll look at a few things as we get going tonight. We'll step away here for a minute or two, but we'll come back with some potential matchups brought to you by New Horizons Realty, and we'll talk about some of our other sponsors as we get going tonight, and I look forward to a fun one here.
At United Community Bank, we're not just in the community, we're sewn into the fabric of it. We shop downtown, we coach Little League, we're a part of your story. We're not serving customers, we're serving families. And we've done so since 1911. We're here for your first bank account, your first car, your first home. Community is our middle name, and Perham, Frazee, and Dent are our homes. And where some banks have branches, we have roots. United Community Bank, ucbankmn.com, member FDIC.
Perham Health is here to take care of you, to keep you crushing it. Broken bone? We'll fix it. New baby? We'll deliver. We've heard that. And yes, we can help. From life's big moments to the annoyingly sick ones, our providers have the expertise and compassion to handle it all. Perham Health, so you can keep on hitting it.
Hi, my name's Wally Anderson. I've been at Tuffy's for 3 years at the warehouse. I just recently bought a Panoptics. It's like an underwater camera. Saved my profit sharing checks for it, and I purchased it, and I can't really wait to use it this winter go ice fishing. KLM's got a better health insurance. Their profit sharing checks, it's a huge difference. It's bar none by far the best company to come work for.
Hey, it's Tucker again, did you know? EOT Insurance Agency.
At Hilltop Lumber, we're not just about building materials. We're about building relationships. We're honored to be recognized for our excellence in our industry, but the greatest reward? It's the trust we built with our customers. It's not just about providing quality materials, it's about building strong relationships. We're proud to be a part of the communities we serve, working with you to bring your vision to life. Because at Hilltop Lumber, success is measured by the partnerships we create and the homes, businesses, and dreams we help build together. Hilltop Lumber, where we help plan, supply, and deliver dreams.
Well, welcome back live into the Hive here as we're getting ready for the first match of this triangular. Sauk Centre-Melrose Defenders versus the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels. And Jesse, you and I both talked about some matchups brought to you by New Horizons Realty. As we look at this, there are some really good matchups. And I know both coaches were so great to contact me and get us some information. And I know Sauk Centre-Melrose youth at the beginning, but when they feel like they tip the tide is when they hit that mid to late round, and that's always where you want to win your matches anyways, is at the end, but they're growing down below. So it's going to be interesting tonight to see in these matchups, are you going to see Dilworth just expand that lead where it's almost untouchable for the defenders, or will they be able to hold suit and then be able to make a run at it at the end?
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of these records in the middle from 139 all the way up to 215 in the heavyweights. I know for DGF you're going to see a lot of, they have a decent amount of losses for some of these kids, but they wrestle top-notch competition. They just came fresh off the Rumble in the red, and it's going to be fun to see Ken Sauk Center hold on until they hit that sweet spot. Otherwise, DGF, I'm sure, is looking for a hot start.
And again, we'll hit New Horizons Realty on the matchups. It's hard to know the matchups in wrestling, so we could give you a guess. We're probably going to be wrong most of the time. So again, we look at a few things. I look at 121, Caleb Cosen, 18-1, number 1 in AA, state runner-up last year. His one loss comes in the finals at the Rumble in the Red. Then you go number 6. Jacob Lubke, number 6, 19-2. Both of those guys have signed college commits. We'll talk about that a little bit longer. They're going to further their career in wrestling, and awesome for those guys. And then a lot of good records in there, but their last ranked wrestler is TJ Fuller at 215, number 10 in 8AA, record of 13-3. And it's good to see him back on the mat, Jesse.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I saw him putting on a shoulder brace, and I know last couple seasons he's kind of had some time off the mat with some injuries, and you just hope for health as a senior. And all three of those names you mentioned, it seems like they've been around a long time, and you've heard those names ring in Section 8AA a long time, and they're definitely the hammers for DGF.
And then when you look at the defenders, you go at 145, Teddy Wickman, 17-3. So it tells you our first home duel, so to speak, as we're having two as the captains come to the middle. 17-3 record, and then you go Ryan Pallo at 14-8, Benjamin Fredericks at 16-7, Johnny Lara at 16-4. There are some. I don't care where you wrestle. I don't care who your opponents are. To win that many matches, you're doing some things right. So there's going to be some really interesting things happening. And I don't know. We got the weigh-ins. The flip might come into play a little bit. I don't think so much, just the way things are going to line up tonight. But there's always that chance that a flip might win a match or two for you here and there.
Yeah, the big one for me is I'm curious if they're going to run Lubke up to wrestle that Weichman from Sauk Centre-Melrose, just to put good on good there and maybe try to steal a couple from the defenders there. But again, I didn't see who won the flip, but I'm sure we'll find out when they check in.
Exactly, and again, it's great to see wrestling. We've both followed a lot, and again, to see these live action again is a really good feel for here in the Hive. Again, my name's Lance Rock. joined alongside Jesse Hine tonight, and we'll be bringing you all 3 streams tonight of all 3 matches. We'll take a little break in between, run some ads. Our sponsors have been great to us to get us the ability to do this. We'll honor them kind of in between matches, but we'll also do a post-game and a pre-game match, and we'll be looking at some different things. We'll look at a post-match wrap-up brought to you by KLN. We'll look at a move of the match by Ottertail Power. We'll probably pick a wrestler of the match, hopefully for both teams, as we go from Steve Sanitation. Our scoreboard's brought to you by Hilltop Lumber and blood timeouts by Perham Health. So we could be going right into action. So we're going to step away here for a minute. We'll be right back after
Central Market, the fresh place in Perham and Detroit Lakes, offering the freshest meat, produce, bakery, and deli products possible with great value for your money. A visit to Central Market is a journey into freshness. You'll always be able to find a wide variety of items that will result in the perfect meal for your family and friends. Begin with their meat department, and whether it's succulent fruit and vegetables, fresh baked specialties from their bakery, or the convenience of fresh deli selections, Central Market is the fresh place for your family. Go Yellowjackets!
It's not necessary to build your business in Perham, Minnesota to be successful. But it sure does help. Hammers Construction, your vision, our team.
Since 1980, more families have trusted Jack Chivers Realty than anyone else in the Lakes area. I'm Blake Olson, the owner of Jack Chivers Realty. Our dedicated agents have a deep understanding of the area.
We live here and our kids go to school here. Let us find the perfect home for you and your family, or lean on our knowledge and marketing to sell your home. Find out how Chivers delivers right here in Perham. Reach out today and start packing. JackChiversRealty.com.
Well, welcome live. No, they just went right off the bat. Jesse and I were just talking about you never know with wrestling when it's going to start. It has started. So this 107-pound match between Emmett Ketterling for the Rebels and Brock Friedrichs for the Defenders is brought to you by Perham Health and United Community Bank. And just as we're going, you'll see our scoreboard up in the corner, brought to you by Hilltop Lumber. Minute 26 left in the first period, both just tying up.
Yeah, I'm looking for Ketterling to be the aggressor here. He seems to be very confident in what he's doing, pushing Friedrichs backwards right away. So far, just kind of feeling each other out and just trying to jockey for position here.
And again, it's one of those we'll talk about a little bit. Ketterling 11-4 for the Rebels. Brock Friedrichs 5-18 for the Defenders. And again, we talked about sometimes you get into tournaments where you can chalk up some wins. Every given match, I think, Jesse, is so important for these young guys, and you just never know what's going to happen. And like I've heard from coaching staffs and from you, you're one headlock away at any time.
That's the beauty of the sport. So far, Ketterling working his underhook. Friedrichs doing a really good job of keeping control of that opposite hand, not letting Ketterling get to where he needs to. Ketterling trying to dig that underhook again. Friedrichs doing a good job with that opposite hand controlled. It's really tough for Ketterling to score off there with his wrist tied up. Now you're starting to see Friedrichs be a little more aggressive here and kind of have his back to the center, taking his opportunity, kind of a half-hearted shot there on the edge.
Well, that's one thing we've talked about a lot through the time. If you're not committed to that shot, more times than not, it puts you in harm's way at some point in the match. And again, that's one of those things when you see young wrestlers come up, it's that ability that what separates the young from the more veteran, I should say, is that ability to just sell out when they think the time is right.
Absolutely. Looks like Ketterling chose down. I'm not sure if there was a defer there or not. The ref had his back to us, but good breakdown by Friedrichs here. Looks like he's confident on top. putting a good ride together so far.
Well, and again, you like to see that shoulder pressure right now, breaking that arm wrist down, shoulder pressure, flattening him out. Again,
nice,
it's really nice ride here by Fredericks.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that just your head pressure on that back of your shoulder can hold you completely flat, but unless you've been down there to feel that, you understand.
Yeah, and you'll hear the crowd with just stand up, and if it was that easy, it's not. But nice ride here by Fredericks again, doing a good job here, just putting a lot of pressure on Ketterling.
Yeah, Ketterling kind of a sit out, working toward a. Looked like he was working for a Granby, but looked like there might be an illegal headlock there. Didn't have the arm in that Merkel position. So that'll be 1 point for Ketterling, I believe.
And that's what it is. DGF, you're home on the scoreboard, so 1-0 Ketterling. Ketterling up.
I think they're going to give him 2 for a reversal there, yep. Did a nice job on the bottom, really moved that time. Didn't give Friedrichs a chance to get his ride going.
Well, nice job right off the whistle, and sometimes that's the key when you feel that you've been ridden kind of hard there. You just think that you got to get up fast, and he did just that. Now a nice ride here by Ketterling, and you're seeing where this 11-4 record is coming from.
Yeah, I think he's a little frustrated right now, but definitely you're going to see some arm bars from this DGF team tonight. They like to get on top and pull those elbows back and run them right over your ears. So we'll see if Mr. Friedrichs can get some movement on the bottom here and get an escape.
Yeah, here we got the arm tucked underneath. He's definitely looking for some back points as we go.
Yeah, he's trying to work that toe all the way out to try to get his hips to break over. Look toward an inside cradle, and he's got one there. Short time, 5 seconds here. Friedrichs holding tough. It looks like he's going to maybe get a count. Oh, nothing
I haven't
yet.
seen a count yet, and he's really held no count there, and that's the ultimate in toughness in this sport when you're in that position. And again, you thought Ketterling might have been a little frustrated. He's going to be a lot frustrated after not getting some points right there.
Absolutely. I didn't see the choice here, but I think Friedrichs might have taken top. Looks like he's pretty confident up there. He's getting to got a good breakdown, and I'm still getting used to the three-point takedown in high school wrestling, Lance, because in my mind I'm thinking you got to go down, get an escape, and get a takedown to tie it, but the old equalizer.
Well, it has changed. It has changed, I think, personally, the sport for the better, as we see a lot more offensive attack than where we were headed with a lot more defense.
Yeah, ultimately they want to reward the offensive wrestler, and I think with the new near fall and the new three-point takedown has really done that.
Again, Ketterling working to his base here. Again, it's that pressure on the shoulders, and you can see when he gets to his base, Friedrichs does a nice job of just sitting right on those shoulder blades, Jesse, and now trying to slip an arm in there.
Yeah, Friedrichs doing a really nice job, and you know, any coach will tell you the bottom's not a great place to stall because you're usually going to get worked over pretty good. And I know DGF coaching staff saying get up, form a base, but now Friedrichs has got a bar of his own here with 45 seconds left in the period. He's running it right over his ear. This could get a little interesting, Lance, if looks like it slipped out though.
Again, it's one of those things I think that it's hard for younger wrestlers, Jesse. You want to go fast when you feel like you had it, and it's not one of those fast moves. If you can settle, make it tight, and then work yourself over the ear, right over the top of the head, you're going to be in good shape. Nice job there by Ketterling staying out of harm's way.
Yeah, for sure, and I think a fresh start's going to be huge for him. You see him pop off the whistle, get his hips free. Ketterling does a nice job of re-switching there. He's got a shot here at an inside cradle if he can get that leg hooked, but it might be too little too late with 15 seconds left. And now Ketterling reaches over for a cradle of his own and a reversal, and I think this time he's going to get some back points and maybe more.
There's the swipe happening. I've seen at least 3. Again, I think he's looking for more, 2 seconds. And the fall with 0.6 on the clock. And, boy, that is huge for the Rebels and just to bring that excitement.
Yeah, I mean, that match was a lot closer than the result showed, but, we talked about it. That's wrestling.
We'll head into the 114-pound match. Both coaches heading to the head table. We've got a veteran head table tonight here getting ready to go, and a really good blood man, probably the best in the country, in Mr. John McEachran.
Yeah, I'd put him up against anybody else.
From Sauk Centre-Melrose, enter DGF, Paxton Pickett.
So our 114-pound match between Paxton Pickett from the Rebels and Easton Van Habermat from the Defenders is brought to you by KLN Family Brands and EOT Insurance. Paxton Pickett 2-9 on the season, and Easton Van Habermat, an 8th grader, 2-9 on the season. So I would say it's a great matchup, and that's where you said it doesn't always have to be the premier matchup. Sometimes it's the matchups like these that at the end of the day changes the outcome.
Yeah, something's got to give here. Both guys just kind of trying to get inside ties. You see Van Habermat taking 2 kind of wide shots from distance, but the action's starting to pick up. Both coaches saying get after it, start circling, and get to your stuff here.
Yeah, and just like in every sport, it's fun to watch, Jesse, as these coaching staffs, you got somebody working with someone who just wrestled, you got somebody working with somebody who's coming up to wrestle, and then you got coaches working with the guys on the mat, and here's a single leg. Let's see if he can pull him back onto the mat.
Yeah, really nice job by Van Habermat to kind of bring it back in. He might have got a little greedy there going for the side cradle, but really good action there. Pickett went for a high crotch, and then it was defended really well, and just that chain wrestling is fun between these 2 young bucks.
And I agree with you that youth wrestling, if he had the ultimate advantage. If he could have pulled him back on the mat, hoisted that leg, I think he would have gotten that 3-point takedown. But as it is, we started back in the middle. 23 seconds remaining on the first period clock between these 2 young men.
Yeah, both guys just being aggressive. You see Van Habermat take a half-hearted shot there again, and now Pickett a shot of his own, but nobody's been really close to a takedown here. These guys are pretty evenly matched up. Records show it.
Yeah, and we're going to go to the end of the first period, and I like that it's shot-reshot out of these guys, Jesse. Someone goes for the leg, all of a sudden there's a shot coming back at it. I think it's the one who commits to their shot may be in favor here, and you look at both of them are a little winded, okay, and again, it's that excitement now is worn off. Now you got to wrestle.
Yeah, Pickett kind of took a head-down shot there, and Van Habermat took advantage and got the goal behind for a 3-point takedown.
Again, looks like he's trying to put a leg in almost here, Jesse, and he's got a long frame, does Van Habermat. Down to 1:28 seconds remaining here. Again, a nice ride by Van Habermat. Again, 2 wrestlers, both 2-9 records, so somebody's going to break away here a little bit as we get going. Nice job of a really good, solid ride here as he's almost a minute into this ride, Van Habermat.
Yeah, first 2 weights, I've been really impressed with the Sauk Centre-Melrose team on top. They seem to be comfortable, and they're on their toes. They're putting a lot of pressure forward, and I mean that's really taxing on their opponent to put a good ride like that together.
Well, and you talked about if you haven't been there, you don't know what it's like. And again, I can only imagine the energy expelled as you're trying to get free from the bottom. And then once you do get free, you've already spent a lot of that energy that you were going to use on the offensive end. So both of these guys doing a nice job. It's not like Pickett sitting down. He's back to his base often. It's just that kind of thrown down, whipped down by Van Habermat.
Yeah, I think a common theme so far for both teams in these first 2 weight classes has been hand control. I mean, from every position, clearing those hands to before you attack on your feet or clearing the hands on the bottom to try to get an escape. We got a lot of people dragging hands behind them, and that's the difference between scoring points.
Yeah, and again, I agree with you. I think Sauk Centre-Melrose, it seems like they are more comfortable when they're in the top position. we'll see if that carries through to their upper weights where they're a little bit more experienced.
Looks like Pickett took neutral here for the third period.
And I'm sure it'd be tough to take down after you've been ridden out for a whole period. You've already expended that energy, and I'm sure he's also thinking 3. A takedown here ties this thing up, and we can go.
Yeah, I think the first person to put two hands to a leg is going to score here, because you've seen a lot of one arm shots, a lot of hanging that backhand behind them, but first guy to go 2 hands to a leg might be the difference.
And there's your what you said, Jesse. It just happened. It's a short arm, not a real commit to what they're doing, and that's youth. And yep. I think you're going to see these kids both get better as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just coachable moments. That's the beauty of not only wrestling but all sports. Is just, that's why people coach, because there's always something you can improve on. And I know a lot of coaches keep notes from match to match, and that'd be something I'd be writing down so far.
Right, and you see both of these guys, I think the wind is out a little bit as they're both kind of taking wild shots, and there's another one, takedown by Van Habermat. Now 6-0. Now you start talking bonus points.
Yeah, I think if I were them, I'd be looking for it, because I think that second period ride took a lot out of Pickett, and I think he's a little winded right now.
Yeah, again, and now we're back into that ride position here. It seems very much like where Van Habermat is feeling confident. Again, wants to take that takedown.
Yeah, one takedown here is going to get it to a major, but the head-down shot's not going to do it.
Pickett did a nice job of stuffing the head right there. Down to 5. We're on the same cue here. And so that's where this one will end. Van Habermat with a 6-1 regular decision, bringing our Hilltop Lumber scoreboard to 6-3 in favor of the DGF Rebels, heading into 121 pounds.
At 121 pounds for Sauk Centre-Melrose, Centre-Melrose. And for DGF, Caleb Colson.
So for the Rebels, we have at 121 pounds, we have Caleb Colson, the #1 rated wrestler in the state of Minnesota in Class AA, 18-1, off a Rumble on the Red runner-up, going against Seth Mayers, a sophomore, 2-13, and early offense from Caleb Colson, Jesse.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of pressure from Caleb and just really good technique. You see him change levels and just getting his opponent to step one way or the other. And some of these seasoned veterans who have kind of been on every stage, they're fun to watch. Another nice takedown by Colson there. I was going to say I don't think he'll spend points up from his feet.
6-2 is the score. Again, Colson has signed to wrestle at Augsburg for the Augies.
Yeah, really good. Really happy for Caleb, and just he's put a good career together, and you hope the best for him this year and in the future, and just to represent 8AA really well. But he's putting a little bit of a ride here together with 30 seconds left in the first period. Like we mentioned earlier, you're going to see some arm bars from this DGF team, and he doesn't waste much time going for a double, and this is putting a lot of pressure on Mayers.
Right, and again, you can see that #1 wrestler, and again, we talked about commitment to something. He's in that double armbar, not probably a worse situation to be in as a wrestler, Jesse, and there's the fall.
Yeah, just not a whole lot you can do from back there, and ultimately Caleb Colson's one of the best in the state for a reason.
Right, that 121-pound match was brought to you by Nias Family Sales and Lakes 8 Hardware. So we'd like to thank them for sponsoring. Our Hilltop Lumber scoreboard goes to 12-3 in favor of the Rebels. We're going to head to the 127-pound match brought to you by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating and Marco. And both wrestlers coming out to the mat right now. We'll find out who's sending out who. So Jacob Schmitz out on the mat for the Rebels, 2-2 on the season, against Tanner Tainen, a 10th grader, 1-2 on the season, and this is our first kind of bump or change in the lineup, and we'll see what happens here. If this is a good strategy or not for the defenders. Again, the Rebels kind of on a run here. Bonus points definitely in favor of the Rebels so far tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to see these, like we mentioned, the 2-pound allowance after Christmas. You see some guys drop some weight, and we have him listed at 133, but hopping in there at 127 tonight.
Yeah, both wrestlers here again. It's one of those maybe matchup based. You talked about it earlier, Jesse. We're pretty early in the season, even though there's a lot of wrestling that's happened. Sometimes you want to bump and get matchups with guys so you can see where they're at this point of the season. And for both of these wrestlers, again, this is a big match as they don't have a lot of varsity experience right now. And a little bit different than our last match. We're seeing a little bit more collar tie situation here, Jesse. And as I imagine as we get to the heavier weights, that's what we're going to see.
Oh, yeah, and you can see Schmitz there committing to double leg for a takedown there.
A nice spin out there by Tanyan, but to no avail. Schmitz is pretty leechy on the back right here. Again, doing a nice job of staying with him.
For sure, you're going to see Schmitz go to a wrist right away, and I think he's going to try to get into some of that armbar stuff like his other comrades.
Again, we're down to 5 seconds here as we head into the end of period number 1. We'll see who gets choice here. It's Red's choice, so the defenders will choose neutral. Both up for Schmitz, and again, that kind of tells you where he's at. Look for probably maybe that same type of thing. Get heavy on the head, shoot to that double. Definitely, he had a nice low shot on that double as well, Jesse.
Yeah, it was good. Really nice setup. Just tap and go scenario here. You're looking at guys going to more wrist control. Schmitz seems to be comfortable in that front head or that collar tie, so we'll see what shakes out.
Yeah, both guys on the wrist. Not really a Russian tie. Just both grabbing wrist. I would imagine someone's going to get heavy on the head here and then look for their shot. And just as I say that, I thought Schmitz was going to go over the top here.
This Tunyon seems like he's pretty explosive if he can get to some of his stuff, but really nice slide by there by Schmitz for another takedown.
Yeah, I agree with you. You saw that quick twitch of Tanyan being able to almost spin out of that first takedown, but now Schmitz has kind of gained control again, and you see him just wrenching that weight on top.
Yeah, just similar to what we talked about, a lot of pressure forward. He's got to come off that foot, though. Eventually the ref's going to ding him for a stall, but might have taken a little wind out of Tunyon's sails here. Not quite moving as much from the bottom position. Tunyon working a sit out here. We'll see if he can work hands and get out. Looks like he got behind the shoulder there, so he's going to go, but didn't quite clear that hand enough. He's still got a hold of it. He's got to come up to his feet.
If he can keep pulling that over the top, get up.
Yep. Schmitz really likes that ankle breakdown.
10 seconds remaining, period number 2. 6-0 lead for Schmitz, 12-3 lead for the Rebels. And again, we talked about maybe we haven't talked about, you did a little bit, the Rebels coming off of the Rumble on the Red. A lot of matches, a lot of good matches for a lot of these kids. And if you didn't do that, you're coming off Christmas break. And sometimes you don't see the same gas tank out of kids after that Christmas break right away as you would have going into that break.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. You head into a meat grinder of a tournament, and I know Perham was down at the Clash, but we'll talk about that later. But just the wear and tear on your lineup, but again, it's a couple months until section tournament here.
Stalling on Schmitz on the top. Again, probably parallel ride, not getting your position improved. And turn around, fair play, caution on Tanyan.
I don't mind that out of Tanyan. He knows he's got to get an escape here and get some action going. There he works a good sit out, but just couldn't quite come up to his feet. I'd like to see him work hands a little bit more out of this position and maybe grab that head and work himself to the side, but Schmidt's doing a nice job stopping those first moves and just continuing to pressure forward.
Schmidt sticks a leg in. Nice reversal there.
Yeah, really nice switch. Tanyan kind of on his hip right here. He's got to work up off his hip. There he does.
Again, he's got a minute to work here, Jesse. So we talked about the scoring and back points and all of those things. This is far from not out of reach for him.
Yeah, looks like he's kind of going 2-on-1, maybe trying to set up a tilt. New 4-point near fall could notch this match at 6 apiece, but he's got a little work to do here with 45 seconds left. Uh-oh. We got a clasp, it looks like, on top. His hands must have came together.
Yeah, I think when Schmitz sat up there, I think it kind of startled or frightened him a little bit in the fact that then he reached out and grabbed and had that clasp. So now it's a little bit tougher, 7-5 to get. A lot of work has to be done now where you were still in it, and here goes that tilt you were talking about.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to get there. He's got to continue putting pressure forward and getting Schmitz to lean one way or the other. Otherwise, he's got to go to his feet here and try something big with 20 seconds left.
He's in danger. Almost thought another clasp was coming the way it worked, but Schmitz staying active.
Yeah, the DGF coach is saying stay big down there. They know the short time, and looks like Schmitz is going to hold on here for a victory. Too little, too late. It looks like we got 2 swipes right at the end, but man, if he could have got there a little sooner, you never know.
So 7-5 is your final score, adding another 3 points on the Rebels side on our Hilltop Lumber scoreboard. Makes it 15-3 in favor of the Rebels. We're going to head into the 133-pound match. That'll be brought to you by McCall Construction and New Horizons Realty. We thank both of those as well. Again, this could end up being one of those good matches, too. Records don't say it, but I think this could be a fun one.
Absolutely.
So for the Rebels, we have Drew Martin, 8-6 on the season, and I believe they said Luke Johnson, sophomore, 9-10. So it's kind of the matchup we talked about here, and these are those that are sneakingly. You want to win come Section 8AA time if you stay at the same weight class. This might keep you out of wrestling the 1, 2, or 3 seed for these guys. So, again, as we watch for improvement out of both of them, a big match here for both of these men.
Absolutely, and so far, a lot of hand fighting. Nobody's really committed to an attack yet, but seems to be both eager to try to get to their stuff.
Again, action out of bounds, 1:06 remaining here on our Hilltop Lumber scoreboard. Back to the center they start. You know, we haven't seen tonight, Jesse, is a lot of that push each other off to the edge of the mat, at least not yet. Both teams kind of stay into the middle. If not, they're both working on the edge of the mat just for comfort.
For sure. You've seen a lot of a lot of guys trying to circle in, keep their backs to the center. I think the change in how they're calling stalling last year has a big part to do with that.
And again, here we're going to be off the mat, and it's amazing how brave you get when you know you're going off the mat. The first true, real move thrown there by Luke Johnson as he was going to toss a headlock in there. I always laugh because you don't see that in the middle of the mat, but you sure become confident in it when you get to that edge.
Absolutely. Why not let it fly? Here we got an inside cradle attempt here by Martin on the edge. He's doing a really good job. He's getting near fall. That looks really tight.
There was a nice job by Drew Martin. You called it, Jesse. Another fall, the third one of the night here for the Rebels. And they're starting to tack this scoreboard up. But we kind of thought that might happen. Talking to the coaching staff from the defenders, they knew they were young down low. It was if they could hang tight and get to some of these wrestlers that are coming up for them. We'll go to 139 pounds, and it looks like we're going to have one of the guys we've been looking forward to seeing wrestle come up here.
At 145 pounds, 139, from Sauk Centre-Melrose, Hayden Finken, and from DGF, Jacob Ludke.
So at 139, Ludke coming out for the Rebels, a senior, 19-2, number 6 in Double A, and he's going up against Hayden Finken, a senior, 1-2. So again, heavy favorite for the Rebels here, as Ludke, one heck of a performer on the mat and the football field.
Yeah, he's one strong hombre for his weight class, and talking to a couple other coaches, I could not believe he was down at 139 pounds after seeing him in shoulder pads this fall. But definitely big for the weight class, really explosive kid, and just another well-seasoned athlete for the Rebels.
Yeah, he played like a 200-pounder on the football field, and again here he goes right to work. Nice roll-through action here, and a really nice job there by Finken turning in on, but you just see Ludke just in constant motion.
Yeah, he's really doing a nice job of catching wrist. You see, all he needs is a wrist, and he keeps his hip tight. And with the new way to call near fall here, he's getting a lot of points from the top position. We're already 15-2 here, a minute into the first period, and I imagine he'll look for one escape and one more takedown, or go to the front and throw a cow catcher and go for 6 for his team here. Looks like that's pretty tight.
And there is the fall. Again, fun to see these guys wrestle and see them live in person. And Ludke, that's a tough draw for Finken to go in there at 145 pounds. And that was brought to you by the Perham Area Community Center and OK Tire. We're going to head to 145. And this might be the turning point that we kind of see Sauk Centre-Melrose. So Colton Nelson out here for the Rebels at 145 pounds, 0-0. One of the wrestlers that we talked about in the New Horizon Realty matchup was Weichman, Teddy Weichman, a sophomore, 17-3, and he is full of action right now.
Yeah, wasting no time. Really nice ankle pick off the whistle there, but all action from Weichman. Definitely a long frame for this weight class. You're going to see him dig for some bars and tilts of his own here, but really good-looking wrestler for the defenders here.
Nice job of Nelson just shooting back in, grabbing on. It's one of those things that you're trying to control the activity right now as we go, but you see Weichman kind of has that long arm, long torso again, and he uses it to his advantage. And I could see some points getting added up here, and he didn't like what he was getting. So escape for Nelson makes it 3-1, and right back in on a shot. Here's Weichman making it 6-1.
Yeah, you can see really long frame. He's not even hardly shooting. He's reaching for that knee, running his knees to it and finishing. It's really tough when you got a guy with this sort of frame at this weight class. But really nice job by Weichman. Good technique.
6-2 now after the escape, and he just kind of leapfrogs right over the top, gets that to 9-2. You wonder at what point will he let him up again. Oh, he's looking for a tilt on top Nice job by Weichman. This 145-pound match is being brought to you by the Perham Area Community Center and OK Tire.
Yeah, Weichman has a good two-move series there with that cross wrist. Pulls hard for a tilt, and when the guy pulls his elbow back, tries to pull back a bar. But you're going to see he's working bar to half to wrist. He's just not letting Nelson get comfortable down there.
Right, and it's that side-to-side motion that I look for, Jesse. You know, we've had a lot of one side or parallel ride almost. Weichman's not in that. He's in total offensive. You could just see he's thinking points the whole time that he's on that ride.
Looks like Weichman's going to go neutral here and continue on the offensive side here. Shot off the whistle by Nelson. Got to his leg, got two arms to the leg. Actually, if he can step up here, he's not going to be in a bad spot. But Weichman doing a really good job, putting a lot of pressure down.
You got one swipe there, did Weichman, and still looking. His leverage is so good.
Yeah, he just doesn't let those arms recover. You know, earlier in the match, we talked about guys hanging their arms back. This is why you don't leave your arms hanging behind against a good wrestler like that.
Now he's going to pick up some more back points, 4 more, 15-2. So we're in tech fall situation, but I don't think he's thinking tech fall. I think he would like more, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to recover. I think that's going to be it.
And that's what it is, tech fall for Teddy Weichman. And that's what we talked about. This is where their coaching staff, the defenders' coaching staff, thought that they could start to do some damage, and what a nice-looking wrestler for them at 145 pounds, picking up his 18th win.
Yeah, this is where moving forward here, we'll see who comes out, but I'm looking forward to these next few matches.
Looks like I'm going to make a guess here. Ben Thurine for DGF, senior 11-8 versus. We'll catch it here.
From Sauk Centre-Melrose, Noah Christian. And for DGF, Ben Thurine.
Correct on Ben Thurine, senior 11-8. Noah Christian, senior 17-3. So again, it's always interesting to me, Jesse, and you can talk to this more than I can. Good wrestlers usually come in pairs, and I think you see it right here for Sauk Centre-Melrose.
Yeah, everybody's got to have a practice partner. Thurine on a really nice high crotch there. See if he can lift and get the finish. He does have the finish. He's got to unclasp those hands, but really nice high crotch there.
Yeah, nice job by Thurine, and Thurine, a name that's been synonymous with the DGF Rebel Wrestling for years. And again, Thurine 11-8, senior. You know the kind of scheduling that the Rebels have put into play here. Christian is a senior, also 17-3. This 152-pound match is being brought to you by Perham Chamber of Commerce and Central Market.
Yeah, Thurine looking really comfortable on top. I know Kristen's going to want to get up right away. Really nice switch off the whistle, but a re-switch by Thurine. They're kind of spinning themselves in a
leg,
circle.
though.
But yeah, he got his arm under that leg. He's got to keep that posted on the mat and continue to bring his hips over.
Just making this call here a little bit, just watching Christian from the beginning, Jesse, when he got into that situation, headlock was coming. We could see some acrobatic stuff coming here by the end of this match.
Absolutely. He's trying to put that leg over the head. Now he's working for a kind of a sweep single of his own. For sure is going to get one, but he wants a little bit more here. There they gave him the reversal from their feet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's interesting, but he is in control, I guess.
In control, yep. It's just tough when they're facing each other to imagine that, but we'll take his word for it.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those. You're either two, or you probably were going to get one, and it might end up working in the Rebels' favor, as you just give up two instead of one and three, and go from there. But 10 seconds remaining here. Again, you could see, you called it early, Sauk Centre-Melrose likes riding on top, and they get pretty physical. Nice job by Thurine, though, getting to his feet.
Yeah, finishing the period on top. Really good job by Kristen there. I don't think the action is done out of these two for the rest of the match.
I called that one early. I think there's going to be some sort of high flying in this one.
Looks like Thureen chose bottom for the second period.
If you're just joining us, we are excited to have you alongside of us here on 549 Media. My name's Lance Rock, joined alongside by Jesse Hine, and we're going to keep all three of these matches on one stream so you never have to log in and log out. Just stick with us. And again, here we're seeing the defenders, again, tough riders on top.
Yeah, he's going to go to a Bismarck, kind of a butcher series here, working a cross-face cradle butcher, and he's putting a ton of pressure. He's going to elevate that Iowa ride, as we call it here in Perham, and he's doing a really nice job here. This is tough from the top position, a lot of pressure. He's got the cradle. He's going suicide roll here, and this could be tight. If he can kick that leg out and get that other shoulder down, that might be it. He's in trouble.
We talked about earlier the young guys not being patient in their move. Ultimate patience here. He took a lot of time to have it just the way he wanted, and you better when you're going to that suicide roll.
Yeah, and Thureen's got his shoulder up here. I know Coach Mosier always used to tell us, slip that head underneath. I know you're going to get out of the cradle, but if you straighten your hands out, his head's going to pop underneath you, and there's no way for him to get out without his shoulders hitting the mat.
Boy, trying to elevate that leg, and there's the fall.
Wow.
And we talked. So 18th win by back-to-back wrestlers, and we talked about iron sharpening iron or steel sharpening steel. There you have it for the defenders, and all of a sudden they're creeping back into this one. I know we've got some tough kids coming up here for the Rebels. 27-14 you see on your Hilltop Lumber scoreboard, and I don't want to jinx us, knock on wood, but we haven't had to use a Perham Health blood timeout yet. So good job by both of these teams, just really doing a nice job of wrestling.
Yeah, along with that, I don't think we've seen a stalling call yet either, so a lot of good action.
We'll head to 160-pound weight class right now.
160 pounds from Sauk, Centre-Melrose, Rugemer. And for DGF, Xander Deutsch.
Xander Deutsch for the Rebels, coming in a junior 8-4. Emmett Rugemeyer, a sophomore, 5-2. So again, some changes here a little bit for Sauk Centre-Melrose in what we thought might be happening, but it sure has made it fun.
Yeah, no doubt, keeping us on our toes up here, but Xander Deutsch doing a really good job with some quick duck unders and just showing his athletic ability here. You can tell he's one put-together young man, very strong, but again, Rugemer doing a good job getting to his feet, and more action to come.
Well, I don't want to jump ahead, but we talked about our New Horizons Realty matchup, Jesse, and I'm kind of peeking ahead to 215, where TJ Fuller, a senior, number 10 in AA, 13-3, Johnny Lara, senior, 16-4. We could have a shootout right there if that matchup comes to play.
You must be reading my paper. I have arrows to those two over on my side of the table. But
we've been known to think alike.
Xander Deutsch doing a really nice job clearing the hands, getting deep into his double leg shots, and I think you're seeing his coaches saying, hey, ramp it up here, stay on him, and if you're Rugemer in this situation, you're going to want to try to tie his hands up a little bit and slow him down on his feet. Nice duck under again by Deutsch. 25 seconds left here in the first period. You're going to see him work kind of a ride here to see if he can get some quick points here before the period runs out.
Tucking that arm under, trying to roll the wrist underneath. Looked like he was going to go for that arm bar. Again, denied. Now cradle looks like it could be into play.
Yeah, he's cranking on that crossface too. He's one strong dude for this weight class.
Again, in the end of the period, kind of saved by the bell, so to speak, and a 12-3 lead for Xander Deutsch. And that's a lot of scoring in a period.
Yeah, absolutely. He started the match that way. He hasn't really slowed down. We'll see if the second period, if Rugemer has an answer for him. Another nice double leg attempt there. He just does such a good job of not hesitating from his shot to his finish, not allowing Rugemer to even put any hip pressure on him.
Well, and I here's that cradle again, Jesse, and I like how Deutsch, his hips and his control, when he gets into that double, it almost looks like it's in slow motion. He's in such control.
Yeah, and just anytime you can lift those feet off the ground, it's amazing how little resistance. But there's a good shot by Rugemer of his own, 2 hands to the leg. He's got to work his head off to the side a little bit.
The ones you always cringe with when you're watching wrestling is both guys shot at the same time. You hope that they stay out of harm's way, but you can just see Deutsch, tight here.
Yeah, he's got an inside cradle there. He went right to it. Looked like he got his swipe, so he's got to either finish this or it's going to be over, and there it is, tech fall.
Yeah, nice match there by Deutsch and just pure offense the whole time.
You're winning a technical ball from DGF, Xander Deutsch.
And that was brought to you by Hilltop Lumber and Lakes Community Cooperative. We'll head into 172 pounds. And we always have this little lull in between here. We apologize as we wait to find out who's been sent out there. So Caden Larson, a junior, 11-8 on the season, out for the DGF Rebels. Benjamin Fredericks, a junior, 16-7. So another good matchup of wrestlers with similar winning percentages. And again, nice shot again. You've seen the Rebels get to that low double now, Jesse, in the last few weights.
Yeah, Larson did a really nice job bringing 2 hands to it, but Fredericks making it interesting. It almost cost him there with a deep half, but good job by Larson settling in there. But bringing 2 hands to that one leg was the difference in that takedown.
Yeah, nice job. You can see Sauk Centre-Melrose, they've had mat time because they look very comfortable even in scramble situations that they have a shot to score off almost anywhere, and that you got to give the Rebels credit. They've kind of hung in there.
Yeah, sit out position here for Fredericks. Larson doing a good job of, continuing the hand fight from the top position there, but he's got to make a choice here on our feet before there's a stalling call that happens, and he cuts him loose.
So we'll go 3-1, 38 seconds remaining, and right back into the offensive mode. I like what you said. Very little stall calls, or if any, tonight. Says the action is really good, and I am a firm believer that's coaching staffs. Stay on your offense. Let's see what you can do and make yourself better offensively. And now you see Fredericks kind of flipping the script here on Larson, making him a little uncomfortable. But just as I say that, Larson in on that single.
Yeah, he's working a Russian tie there, and Larson just did a really good job of timing that, getting underneath here. He's got to be careful not to step up with that inside leg, or he could get spladled there, but the time ran out.
And all that action and a 3-1 score. A lot of good wrestling happened inside there, and it looks like Fredericks is going to take the down position in choice here. Try to pick up that early 1 point or reversal for 2.
Nice switch by Fredericks there. Didn't waste any time when he hit the mat off that first move, and got a reversal there. I think he's going to try to go to work on top here again. Those Sauk Center guys, they get on top and they know right where they want to be.
Well, and they have a characteristic among all of them. They're long, Jesse, and you can tell they've spent some time in the weight room, and they feel very comfortable when they get to this spot. And again, that long, you can see the cradle coming in again here, and nice job by Larson just getting out of that one.
Yeah, Larson committed 2 hands on that single hand and just stepped up with it. I know we talked earlier about that in that sit-out position where you can stay on that one hand and just literally stand up with it, and the opponent can't do much. So really good technique there. Fredericks really working that 2-on-1. I haven't seen him really commit to anything off of it yet.
The only thing I saw was a little bit of a back trip, but that's not much of a commitment out of there. But you wonder if he's just wearing, sometimes pulling that pressure wears, but Larson's done a nice job out of that, dropping down, grabbing a single, and creating his own offense out of there.
For sure. It seems like Larson's got a really good feel for changing levels and, waiting for Fredericks to reach one time. I wouldn't doubt if he gets to that sweep single one more time to try to get one more takedown here.
Again, we're down to 25 seconds here, and
there's kind of a high crotch attempt. Fredericks is pretty long. He's elevating here, but again, Larson is a tall hombre himself and putting a lot of hip pressure, keeping his balance, and we're 10 seconds here. This could get a little interesting. Really good change of levels there by Fredericks to pick up a big three-point takedown as the period comes to an end.
Yeah, and it puts him back in favor, 6-4 on your Hilltop Lumber scoreboard. And again, I don't know that technique was perfect, Jesse, but I would say the persistence was. And he stayed on it. He could have, if he wouldn't have, I think he would have gave up the takedown. So good job by Fredericks staying with what he committed to.
Really nice double leg shot there by Larson, and he's going to get 3. There it is, and I'd put a good ride here, but with Fredericks already getting a reversal, you got to be a little bit careful here not to give up 2.
Right, and you're definitely, the coaching staff saying here 1, not 2, will take the tie. Here Fredericks is working his way out again, and how much better do you want it? Minute 20 on the clock, 7-7 is your score, and I still think somebody's going to get thrown in this one.
Yeah, as the gas tank starts to dwindle here, both guys still doing a good job with their technique. I know Larson's been the one who's been able to get to the legs more, and we're down to a minute here in the third period. This is everything we asked for.
Right, and again, Fredericks had him. It just, you kind of was hoping maybe he could bounce him flat and spin around, but nothing happened to there. Again, both of these guys now kind of a semi-shot right there, not really fully committed by Fredericks, and that's what's gotten him into trouble with Larson has capitalized on that, but here goes Fredericks.
Yeah, that was a tough one there, tough spot. I think Larson was kind of waiting to change levels right as Fredericks hit that little shrug and got behind him for a big three-point takedown.
Again, 20 seconds remaining. Larson continuing to move, continuing to battle and work, and we got potentially dangerous as the arm came over the back. And again, I think you're going to have to see something right away out of this, and I wouldn't even be surprised if you saw a caution out of Larson just trying to get out, but he does a nice job timing it, but a good catch there by Fredericks.
Yeah, it's a big match for Fredericks. I'm sure these two there, he's got a catch cradle. This could be really big here in the last 5 seconds if they could get a fall, and there it is.
Wow.
Holy smokes. Under 10 seconds, you see maybe Larson let up for just a second thinking the match might be over, and what a swing of events for the defenders.
Well, opportunist there by Fredericks as he picks up his 17th win. Wow, that is pretty awesome right there.
And now we're within a 12-point team score.
So 189-pound match, Cole Julin, 8-3 for the Rebels, and he's wasting no time against Devin Strangler, junior at 3-9. 3-point. We got 3-point takedown and near fall.
Yeah, kind of a wild start. It looked like Strangler went for a headlock, and Julin just picked him right up and plopped him on his back for some quick near fall. But this is the action we've been waiting for. I think we're going to see some feet to the sky here eventually.
Yeah, both wrestlers look at it. Sometimes that's dictated by this 5-0 early. You start to feel some pressure like you need to make up those points right away. Again, you can just see how strong Julin is, Jesse, as he just kind of grabs and pulls and manhandles Strangler to where he wants him to be.
Yeah, he's a big cat for this weight class and doing a really nice job with that high leg over and You're going to see him run a lot of cross faces here. I wouldn't doubt if he went just to a butcher and tried to run it over. You can see him reaching underneath, getting 2 hands to that cross face and slowly taking his time. I'm not sure if he's quite got it tight enough. See if he can block the head with his opposite knee.
A lot of time left, 50 seconds, gets him over.
That was a really nice job, just being patient, and he's got to settle in here. There's a lot of time, and there's the fall.
Quick response by Julin there. Nice job, and like you said, Jesse, we're seeing the more experienced wrestlers taking their time on their moves, and those younger guys will get there as time allots them as they get more and more mat time. Nice job there. That 189-pound match was brought to you by Persons Financial Protection and Esser's Plumbing and Heating.
At 215 pounds from Sauk Centre-Melrose, Johnny Lara. And for DGF, TJ Fuller.
TJ Fuller and Johnny Lara out on the mat, both seniors. Fuller 13-3, number 10 in Double A as of the last guillotine rating. The next one's coming out here this week. Johnny Lara is senior, 16-4, and Fuller wastes no time on that first takedown.
Well, one thing we've seen from Fuller over the years is you're going to see really good technique, and you did right there on his first takedown, and going to work on top right away. He's so long for this weight class, and I can't believe how much he's filled out in the last couple of years. But really nice first takedown, and look for Lara to get up to his feet here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like all that long ago he was in that lower weight bracket, and now to see him, and it's not like he's filled it out well. And again, nice job here holding that arm behind here. It gives him a lot of opportunity trying to get that arm bar in. Does just that. Always look for that elbow tip. Does a nice job walking it over the top.
Yeah, just really nice work there. Kind of in that hammerlock position, transition to an arm bar for the fall.
Boy, and does he look good. And like we said before, it's good to see him back on the mat. That match was brought to you by Otter Tail Power and Hanson's Plumbing and Heating. We'd also like to thank Steve Sanitation and Horace Mann for also bringing tonight's action to you.
At 285 pounds from Sauk Centre-Melrose, Braden Brits. And for DGF, Nolan Dale.
Nolan Dale for DGF out on the mat at 285, a junior 8-7. Braden Brits, a junior at 8-10 for the defenders. 44-20 on your Hilltop Lumber scoreboard. But this is the good part about wrestling, Jesse, is there's no 24-point move to tie this thing up. You're not going to win by 24, but this still means something to these two young guys, and it also means something to, as their teammates are right there on the edges of the mat, still cheering them on and getting them to work at their ultimate too. So that's one thing I love about the sport of wrestling.
It sure is unique because the individual aspect, again, like you said, it's a section opponent. You're gonna be in the same bracket come February, and there's a lot of meaningful wrestling even though the score's out of reach.
Right, and we talked a little bit. We'll kind of recap as we go, but a lot of good things for the Rebels tonight, and you can see the growth out of the defenders as well. So both of these teams, it's fun to see it on display. You kind of forget that it was 5 o'clock in the evening when we started here, and it's rolling right along. Just to remind you, once this match is done, we'll do a little post-game post-match, pre-match, all in one. We'll step away a little bit to honor our sponsors, and then we'll stay on this stream. And coming up next will be the Perham Yellowjackets and the Sauk Centre-Melrose Defenders. So the Defenders going back-to-back. Here's a nice move on the mat.
Yeah, Nolan Dale with a nice snap down right to a cow catcher. Really nice job settling in here. So I think it's only a matter of time, although it's only down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see if he can fight, if Brits can fight off of his back. It looks like he's going to make it, and he does. Gets a chance to get back on, but a nice move there by Nolan Dale puts him up 7-0 on the Hilltop Lumber scoreboard, and this has been fun. It's nice. I kind of like the triangular set up where we've got a lot of JV matches. You might have heard some whistles over that, wondering where that's coming from. The mat off to our left is has a host of JV matches tonight. You and I both talked about how all three of these teams must have a healthy wrestling room in terms of kids want to be out, because there's a pile of JV matches tonight.
Yeah, you got to love it, just filling the gym up, seeing all shapes and sizes of kids over here wrestling, and it's good for the sport. It's great for all these communities to show that they have support to their wrestling team. And yeah, another good match here. Looks like Nolan Dale is taking control here. He's going to spin around for a 3-point takedown and try to go to work on top. He'll take the lead 11-0 over Braden Britz. Not a ton of action this match, but just Nolan Dale kind of being business-like. He's another one, we talked about the football field earlier. He's another one who was a menace for the Rebels this fall. He was the offensive lineman of the district in the Midwest North District for the Rebels, and their good season they had this fall. But looks like he's digging in an arm bar here and trying to finish it all.
Well, you see that a lot out of the Rebels. It's definitely something they're working on in the wrestling room, and what an uncomfortable position to be in. I don't care what weight class you're at. This is not where you want to be. And there's the fall for Nolan Dale. That'll put our final score, the DGF Rebels 50, the Sauk Centre-Melrose Defender 20. And we will step away for just a few minutes. We'll kind of gather ourselves. We'll come back with a post-game matchup and a pre-match matchup, both kind of at the same time, and get you ready for what's coming up next. So we certainly appreciate you following us here on the 549 Media Network.
McCall Construction is the Lakes area full-service construction management company, offering a truly personalized experience. From dream homes to commercial spaces, McCall Construction focuses on putting you first with experienced value engineering that delivers on your vision and surpasses your expectations. Whether you already have a plan or you're just getting started, give them a call. McCall Construction will make the entire process so much easier. Call them at 218-346-7070 or check them out on Facebook.
Since 1955, Esser Plumbing and Heating has been keeping homes and businesses comfortable across the Lakes area. From residential and commercial new construction to plumbing and HVAC service, our skilled technicians bring knowledge, experience, and a friendly smile to every job. When comfort matters, trust the team your neighbors have counted on for generations. Call 877-882-4822 or visit EsserPlumbingandHeating.com. Esser Plumbing and Heating. Trusted people, trusted service.
From the plains of North and South Dakota to the lakes of Minnesota, one remarkable creature thrives, the cold climate heat pump. It cools when it's hot, heats when it's not, and uses far less energy than traditional systems. Those who welcome one into their habitat enjoy year-round comfort, generous rebates, and bills that nearly hibernate. Cold climate heat pumps, cooling, heating, and saving all year. That's efficient comfort. Powered by Otter Tail Power Company.
Lakes Community Cooperative is proud to support Yellow Jacket activities and our entire community. From propane and fuel to feed, HVAC, country stores, auto shops, a meat market, and more, LCC is your one-stop cooperative for farm, home, and business needs. Locally owned and trusted for generations, Lakes Community Cooperative is committed to powering our communities and serving you every day. Visit lakescommunitycoop.com to learn more about your cooperative and the many ways we can serve you.
Well, welcome back live into the Hive here as we flip the script. The scoreboard's already changed. You can see how quickly we move from one thing to the other. We'll kind of post-match wrap-up, Jesse. Kind of what we thought, I think. It's easy to say hindsight's 20/20, but we thought the middle of the lineup would be tough for Sauk Centre-Melrose. It was. We thought the hammers for the Rebels would come out to play. They did. And I think it kind of left where it is. I don't think either coach can be disappointed in what happened. And I think they both could probably feel like they've got some places to work on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think always you leave a match wishing you could have one back, or wishing you could have pulled one off. But ultimately, the proof's in the pudding, and this is what it ended up to be. And really good matches, and I'm sure some of these guys can't wait for sections.
Right, and as we talk about this, we're in our post-game, pre-match matchup brought to you by KLN. We're thankful to them. We'll do it really quickly. I think the move of the match was definitely Fredericks at the end, pulling off that pin in the last seconds. It only took Larson just a little bit to kind of take a yawn there, and he was flat on his back. So Fredericks is our move of the match, brought to you by Otter Tail Power. And the wrestler of the match, we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but it sure is fun to watch Caleb Colson wrestle, and it'd be hard not to pick him most nights.
Yeah, he's a hammer for that lineup. He has been for a long time, and it's just a kid who's got such good technique, and we're so thankful that he's continuing his career at Augsburg, and we just wish him nothing but the best in the future.
All right, so we're going to step away. We'll be back with the Perham Yellowjackets and the Sauk Centre-Melrose Defenders here shortly on 549 Media Network.
Lakes Community Cooperative is proud to support Yellow Jacket activities and our entire community. From propane and fuel to feed, HVAC, country stores, auto shops, a meat market, and more, LCC is your one-stop cooperative for farm, home, and business needs. Locally owned and trusted for generations, Lakes Community Cooperative is committed to powering our communities and serving you every day. Visit lakescommunitycoop.com to learn more about your cooperative and the many ways we can serve you.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your neighborhood Ace? In addition to Ace's award-winning service, we have top-rated paint brands. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wandering and start painting. Head to your neighborhood Ace today.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware. You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware, right here in downtown Perham.
Picture this, brand new floors that make your home feel brand new. At Interiors by Winkles in Perham, flooring isn't just what we do, it's all we do. For over 35 years, our family-owned showroom has helped homeowners find the perfect carpet, hardwood, vinyl, or tile. We handle it all. Design ideas, detailed estimates, and expert installation, so you can enjoy the results, not the stress. Interiors by Winkles, where flooring meets expertise. Visit interiorsbywinkles.com to start today.
80-90% of this world goes to a 8-to-5 job, and they get to slave away to barely get by. We have the opportunity to go put in the work and be able to change people's lives. Be the less than 1% in this business. Everyone in this room has the opportunity for growth. Everyone in this room has the opportunity to go protect a bunch of people. Be that person today.
If you're self-motivated and disciplined, this is the opportunity for you. Call Dan Persons at 218-259-0741 for more information.
Well, welcome back live into the Hive. We just finished up with the first round, the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels 50, Sauk Centre-Melrose 20 in a, arguably, if a 30-point spread, it was a highly contested match. Definitely the Rebels were the high flyers. Bonus points were a big thing. We see guys getting ready here at the center of the mat, talking over some instructions, talking things to get ready to go. And again, we have a lot to talk about tonight, Jesse. Believe it or not, you and I probably will fill all the airspace, but again, we welcome you back here. If you're just joining us, all three matches, first one already done, the last two will be on the same stream. We do have Parents' Night in between. We'll talk a little bit about that. Yellowjackets and Defenders looking ready to go, and there could be some good matchups in this one as well, Jesse.
Yeah, we talked about the middle of the Defenders lineup being tough. Well, guess what? The Yellowjackets are pretty tough in the middle too, so it'll be some fun matches as we get going here, and some youth at the bottom. I think you're going to hear that from both teams as well, but I'm looking for the Jackets to come out as you get to the second half of the season and really work on eliminating bonus points and grabbing bonus points as we get going here.
Right, and as we get going, Jesse, I'm going to call on you a little bit too. Trying to find out who's wrestling who. Okay, we have Halo Roth coming in here for the Yellowjackets, 107 pounds, 7-10 on the season. And Halo's had a good start as we get rolling here. He'll take on Brock Fredericks, a freshman, 5-18. So 8th grader, freshman. Good start to this duel here. Good to see Halo back out on the mat. Definitely had got a little banged up this weekend, and he's right on his offensive.
Yeah, it's good to see Halo firing on all cylinders. I know if we think back to last match, this Fredericks on top, he is kind of a hammer on top. So look for Halo to be aggressive. He's looking to his bench right now to see if maybe we should go back to our feet, and he does.
Again, it's fun to watch Halo out here, kind of seeing him grow up a Yellow Jacket, seeing him go through the ranks here, and he's definitely one that was excited to try to forge his spot into this lineup, and he's done it so far. This 107-pound match between these two men are brought to you by Perham Health and United Community Bank.
Yeah, Roth with kind of a long shot across his body, and Fredericks caught a leg there, but look for Halo to close that space a little bit and see if he can get a little more penetration.
Fredericks lost by fall to Emmett Ketterling in the first matchup of tonight, but again, a little misleading. You talked about that early. A lot of good matches ended in the final seconds of the third period for both of these guys. So 3-1 set up here for Halo, doing a really nice job of staying on the attack.
Yeah, I think if Halo continues to fire out a few more shots here, I wouldn't doubt if we see our first stalling call of the evening on Mr. Fredericks, because Halo continues to push the action. Nice little slide by attempt there, but we're going to run out of time here in the first period.
And that, you called it, there it is, 3-1. In favor of Halo Roth. Halo's done a nice job all year, I think, being on the offensive. Sometimes your record doesn't speak to you. Well, sometimes you get yourself caught by being on the offensive, and that's happened to Halo a few times, but you got to like his aggressiveness. And I've always thought that those 107-pounders are so important. It kind of sets the tone for the night. If you can kind of be that firecracker and get things started for your team, and I think both of these guys are trying to do that right now here on a single, is Fredericks.
Unfortunately for Fredericks, he picked up a stalling call a half second before his shot, but he did a nice job working to that single. But Halo, knowing where he's at on the edge, works his way off.
Isn't that crazy how that happens, where you think he gets a stall call and then you're like, well, he was on the offensive, but not up to that point. But I think those are the confidence builders for Fredericks, and then Halo goes right to work here.
Yeah, he's to a leg here, but he's got to continue to put pressure down, see if he can break that grip. He's got to put his left hip down. There we go.
Nice job of Fredericks slipping around with them, but there Halo withstands that, just as you said, Jesse. Slides around the back. 3 more points on that takedown, 6-1 lead now for Halo, and it looks like he's going to go to work on top and try to work that arm bar himself maybe.
Yeah, I know Fredericks' arms are pretty long and lanky. It's tough to arm bar a guy with some good length, but they're going to go back to their feet here with 40 seconds left in the second period.
A lot of moving parts, and tonight, as we'd like to thank Jason Groth for all the setup and all the work today, and Tanya Beachy for the cool graphics you're going to see for the Yellow Jackets tonight. It's really awesome for the sport of wrestling, and here goes Halo, just kind of powers over.
Yeah, he just kind of inside stepped there, kind of a power double, didn't even hit his knees, but looks like he got 3 near fall there as the period winds down here for period 2.
So up to 12-2, the major decision in hand. Again, it looks like he's going to try to work that armbar series, Jesse, if he can. He's always trying to roll that wrist underneath, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it. But like you said, Fredericks is long, and he does cause some problems with that length as he's going. So
yeah, he takes the top position here, which is no surprise, but Halo doing a good job coming to his feet. Does a really nice job separating the hips and going right into an attack. That's just how you teach it. It's awesome to see out of the young Yellow Jacket that chain wrestling from being down to up to right to a takedown. You can tell he's thinking about scoring all the time.
Yeah, and I think it should be over. I think it's 17-2, and it is. I don't know. Everybody kind of stalled out there. So nice job by Halo Roth, tech fall, to put 5 points on the board for the Yellow Jackets. And again, throws himself into the hat of maybe being that wrestler of the match coming up by Steve Sanitation as we head in to 114 pounds. And you can see Jackson Pasternak weighed in at 107. Yellow Jackets having to do a little bumping around tonight. So with that being said, Pasternak in the lineup at 114, and he's going to be going up against Alonzo Montanez, a senior at 1-8. So again, big part here as Pasternak bumps up, takes on Montanez, a senior at 1-8. And Montanez looking to use some of the man strength, but here comes Pasternak kind of sneaking out of the back and then says, well, take this.
Yeah, that was a nice job by Pasternak hanging in there. This Montanez is definitely a high-flying individual, but I don't know if that was 2 1 counts must have been. But look for Pasternak here to just settle in, weather the storm, and here we are back on our feet.
Okay, so 3-1. Pasternak kind of slide by there. Picks up the next one at 6-1 and now going to work. And again, a lot of offense and a lot of high flying here as this is brought to you by KLN Family Brands and EOT Insurance.
Yeah, this is where technique is kind of taken over. Pasternak doing a nice job of just hanging in there, not overreacting to Montanez's high flying ability here, getting some cheap back points as he's doing his rolling on the bottom. And I think eventually the gas tank's going to run out here, but Pasternak doing a nice job just staying true to his technique and not trying to fight pressure with pressure, if you will.
And you could hear the probably the first time tonight a real uproar by the crowd. Pasternak, kind of a fan favorite here and doing a really nice job. Just has to be careful here in this last 10 seconds. Don't give up anything cheap, but he does a really nice job of powering over.
Yeah, he's settling in here, and there he got it. Nice ball for Jackson Pasternak.
How many of those, Jesse, have we seen in the last seconds? And the crowd kind of goes wild here for Pasternak, and it leads to 11-0 on your Hilltop Lumber scoreboard in favor of the Yellow Jackets. And I'm going to get a little bit dangerous here and guess what's coming up here.
I think you're pretty safe.
At 121 pounds, it's brought to you by Nias Family Sales, Lakes Ace Hardware. Seth Mayers for the defenders, a sophomore, 2-13. Beckham Bunkowski, 8th grader, 6-11. Bunkowski right in on the first takedown, 3-0 Bunkowski.
Yeah, really nice job by Beckham fighting off that headlock right into an armbar situation. You're going to see him work him forward a little bit, and with his length, he catches a cradle here and brings Mayers right back.
And there's the fall. So high octane tonight by the Yellow Jackets as we get rolling. Nice job by Beckham Bunkowski with the fall, making the score 17-0 in favor early.
At 127 pounds from Sauk, Centre-Melrose, and for Perham,
Dresden Wakescheid coming up here for the Yellow Jackets, the senior. Dresden Wakescheid ranked number 10 in the state of Minnesota, 11-11 on the season. Did you catch who's going here?
Yeah, this is Cameron Gadez is how they said it over the intercom.
Cameron Gadez, an 8th grader, 3-12 on the season. So again, you'd think that at 127 pounds definitely would favor Wakescheid, and he's just going to work on those shots, and out of bounds they go, but 6-1 lead. Back to the center. 127-pound match brought to you by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating and Marco.
Yeah, Drez has never been one to stand still for very long. He's usually on the attack at all times, and you'll see him lighten up the scoreboard tonight. Again, a long-time member in that Yellow Jacket lineup and been a hammer for the Jackets for a while.
He has it. You know, he's worked his way up from 107 to 114 to 121, now 127. And again, we talked about TJ Fuller earlier in battling injury. Drez has been one of those guys that's battled injury too, and he's just such a stable presence for this Yellow Jacket in those early weights, kind of mentoring these young guys. You love to have him, not only for his talent, but for his leadership.
Yeah, really nice Turk step by Drez there. You can see him working another one. He might settle in here for the fall. Otherwise, it's going to be over here after these 4 points are given. And that's going to do it there. 18-2, Dresden Wakescheid. Really nice job getting 5 points for his team.
Yeah, again, and you see we talked about Sauk Center, talking to their coaching staff. These early weights for them is what they're trying to solidify, and they like their situation when they can get into these middle weights. But again, they got to get there, and then this is kind of their worst case scenario is what the Yellow Jackets are doing by putting up a lot of bonus points early. And this is Luke Johnson for the defenders, sophomore, 9-10, and who do we have going here?
This is Weston Abdu.
Perfect. Again, I know the Yellow Jackets had to do a little switching around here at a few weight classes, both a little bit of being nicked up, a little bit of the illness going around. So again, Weston Abdu stepping into the lineup here for the Yellow Jackets. Maybe making his debut tonight. I'd have to look at records and see what's happening. But a good spot when you're up 22-0. Go out there and let her fly, because you've got nothing to lose right here. And he's a tall drink of water, that is for sure. See if he can use that leverage.
Yeah, he's a hard worker. Like you say, there's no better time than in your home gym, surrounded by your home fans. If it is his debut, that's awesome. And yeah, he's doing a good job so far. Both guys jockeying for position here. Nobody's been real close to scoring yet. We're under a minute here in the first period.
This 133-pound match is being brought to you by McCall Construction and New Horizons Realty, and we didn't even really get to talk about the matchups for tonight, and there are a few, I would say, interesting coming up here at that 145, 152 area. And there's a couple more as we get going through this lineup. We'll definitely probably have a little bit more time with Parents' Night to talk about this match and the one coming up with the Rebels, Jesse. So, again, some of those matchups, and here we have Johnson in on a double, but good, not a bad spot for Abdu as he's doing a nice job stretching them out.
Yeah, really nice, not over kind of panicking there, throwing his hips down, getting that takedown right at the end of the first period.
Boy, and is it ever nice to score points in those last seconds. And we've seen falls in the last second, and we've also seen takedowns in the last second. And Coach Dave Vetch steps out for the Yellow Jackets and says, what do you want to do, young man? And he chose both up, and I think feeling confident that he can take that takedown as we get going. So we have our first blood timeout. Again, lots of things going on and lots of interesting tidbits as we get going, and we'll hit a couple of these as we get going. We talked about Coach Dave Vetch, and he picked up his 100th win, Jesse, not that long ago here for the Yellow Jackets, and has done a really nice job with this Yellow Jackets team, and you can see that program just continuing to build, and that's when you have good people in charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach Vetch is a hard worker, just like his staff is. You know, he surrounds himself with great people and does a really great job with the kids all the way down to the youth level, and truly continues this strong tradition of Yellow Jacket wrestling, and we're happy to have him.
Yeah, and coming up here shortly, you're going to see a few wrestlers. Carson Zeise picked up his 75th win. Again, speaking of hard workers, there's another one that we'll get to talk about coming up here shortly. But we're back at it here. Center Circle, that blood timeout brought to you by Perham Health and Coach John McEachran, Johnny on the spot, so to speak. And he's done this for so many years and is so good and loves to be mat side.
Yeah, here we go again. Weston Abdu doing a really good job, staying in good position, trying to fight his way on the edge here, but he's going to run out of real estate. But he does a good job of creating angles and putting himself in positions to score points.
Yeah, and again, you know, when you're in those wrestling rooms, you can't help but make yourself better. You got great coaches, you've got quality opponents every day in the room, and you can see Weston Abdu's probably night in and night out going against the Dresden Wegscheids and the like, and that just going to make you better every time. And he's doing a nice job here trying to pick up this single leg.
Yeah, you know, it's not coming easy for him, but one thing he's really doing well is sticking with that leg. You know, anytime he gets out of position, he really works to that leg. And now we've kind of moved to a double leg. He's got to work his head to his side here, but again, we're on that edge where anything can happen.
Johnson kind of just working on tucking that head and trying to go behind there. Knew where he was at, got himself off the mat, but we did get a stall on that one.
Yeah, which is, I mean, kind of an interesting stall call with, you know, the scramble taking place. But again, all the action so far has been created by Weston, and he seems to be comfortable in the positions that he's been put in so far.
And I wonder, taping up the shoelaces there, but I didn't see a penalty point.
I wonder if the tape came off or something.
Certainly could have. Another nice little shot there, kind of a long ways away, but you can tell with his length, Abdu can kind of just gather. He kind of just sucks that in. And
yeah, it's really nice job kind of going the wrong way, if you will, off of that high crotch, but he's got to keep working to his left to get Johnson to flip his hips over, but see if he can pop out the back. The ref's letting him wrestle. He's got to keep working here, otherwise they're going to go to a stalemate.
Well, yeah, and sorry to interrupt there, but
you're good.
Power half, it's almost like having your legs in, and you could see the coaching staff going power half, and they were looking for the three-point takedown. No go.
I think Abdu had control of the hips, but did not have control of the upper body. So good job by the official letting that play out. No points either way.
Yeah, nice job by these two young men. They're battling, and it's 3-0. Nice sit out here. Abdu trying to stay on, and I think he may give up the reversal, and there he does. Now we got a match.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting because this Johnson is a hammer on top. You can see him throw that leg in. I remember from the prior match, he got on top, and he started putting some unbelievable pressure on, and this is where sometimes the youth in these moments gets a little bit interesting.
Right, and I believe Abdu's an 8th grader.
Yep.
And also at 133 pounds, being an 8th grader, sometimes you're giving up, even against a sophomore. That's a lot of experience.
See if Weston can grab. Johnson went for a spladle, but I don't think he quite got it. Abdu hanging in there tough, but he's close to getting. Oh, now the referee has a 1 count. He's got to continue working backwards. It's kind of a helpless feeling. There's a 1 count.
Now he's counting.
So he counted 4. So
and now if you feel comfortable, you can just hang out here.
He could. Abdu's got to try to swim that head, see if he can catch Johnson on his back for a reversal and some possible near fall. Otherwise, this might be where we end.
So it's 4 held down right now. So in theory, there it's honored. It's 6-3. So again, get that leg in like that. Boy, smart move. This
is a tough spot for a young 8th grader who maybe hasn't experienced much leg riding from the bottom position. But again, Weston hanging tough down there, doing a good job, not giving up any extra bonus points.
And I think it'll end 6-3 in favor of Luke Johnson. And nice job by Abdu and did some really nice things. But at the end, just a little bit more veteran experiences. We got 1.1 second on the clock here, but a little bit more veteran experience by Johnson is going to put the defenders on the scoreboard, on the Hilltop Lumber scoreboard, making the score 22-3, heading into 139 pounds. At 139 pounds for the Yellow Jackets are bringing out Peyton Trout. Peyton Trout, 9th grader, 14-10 on the season for the Yellow Jackets. Still waiting on who is coming out here for Sauk Centre-Melrose.
At 139 pounds from Sauk Centre-Melrose, 8th vote, and for Perham, Peyton Trout.
I missed it. Yep.
I did too, and I'm going to dig into some research here. Not on my list of who we have, but I'll work on that really quick here. I believe it's Abe Vout coming out up off the JV side of the part. So Abe Vout coming in at 139 pounds for the defenders. If I'm mixed up, I apologize. We do the best we can. We get as many as we can on there. He wasn't on my list, but 139-pound match between Trout and Vout is brought to you by Jack Chivers Realty and Hammers Construction.
Yeah, so far not a lot of action on either wrestler. Trout pressuring forward like he always does, stays in good position. I was going to say there's our first stall call, kind of straight back. Looks like we got another blood timeout here.
That we do, and we will step away real quickly. We'll be back on the 549 Media Network.
Horseman Investments and Insurance can help you with your retirement planning goals and insurance protection needs. Kyle Van Dyke and his team provides educated retirement solutions, wealth management strategies, inheritance and legacy planning, and personalized auto, homeowners, and life insurance protection plan. We are here for your lifelong financial wellness. To set up an appointment, call Kyle Van Dyke at 218-236-6665 or email at kyle.vandyke@horseman.com.
Well, we're going to be back here live. It looks like they got everything buttoned up here. Peyton Trout, I was just going to talk about, Jesse, is one tough hombre, as we already see the nose plug go out there. So I would imagine we're going to stop here shortly for another blood tower at some point. But Peyton Trout has, it always seems like in 1 year, every year, there's one wrestler that seems to always get the tough draw. And it seems like every night in and out we hear Peyton Trout's name, and it's with a ranked wrestler. And he stood toe-to-toe with a lot of them. And his dad meeting him on the mat right there, Coach Trout, you talk to him and he wouldn't want it any other way. That's what he wants for his son, and he goes, you only get better if you wrestle better. And it's such a cool thing to see a father-son out there working through this and to be able to listen to each other. But really great season by Peyton Trout, and I think he's one of those that are going to make some noise when it comes tournament time.
Well, the strides from his 8th grade year physically now to his 9th grade year, you can tell he's had another year in the weight room, and a really good sweep single by Trout, runs the pipe right as we talk there into a Turk step, crossface, chain wrestling to get near fall here. What a turn of events.
Yeah, you go to a blood timeout and everything was kind of stagnant, and here goes Trout, and he's just so calm on the mat, and there's the fall by Trout, and again picking up his 15th win, and it's kind of what we've come to expect out of Peyton Trout, even though only a 9th grader for the Yellowjackets. Out on the mat for the Yellowjackets, Sam Royko at 145 pounds. It seems like last year we were here calling Sam Royko wrestling Peyton Trout, and now they're teammates. And again, Sam's really been one that you've talked about. You've been impressed with his early start to this season.
Yeah, now that he's down to weight, you can see him fire off a shot right away. Nice double leg. Really a lanky wrestler for this weight class. Really big for the 145 pounds, but you can see Weichman there catching an ankle, getting a reversal. This is one of the matches I definitely had circled between these two. I think there's going to be a lot of action. They're very similar wrestlers, and looking forward to this one.
Royko Weichman brought to you by Perham Area Community Center and OK Tire. And again, we were really impressed with Weichman early, 16-3 on the season. Royko rated 10th in the state at 139, so wrestling at 145, 9-3 on the season, and you just like the frame, Jesse. You can see he's got room to put. Oh, here's some fireworks.
Oh. Yeah, Weichman went for kind of a spladle attempt. Royko hung in there. Both these two guys very seasoned for their ages, and they're just high flying. They're throwing it all at each other right now.
Yeah, Royko, another 9th grader, so that 9th grade list kind of keeps growing here for the Yellowjackets, and Weichman a sophomore. So again, youth on display right now for both of these teams, and they're not letting that slow them down at all.
No, a little drag attempt there by Royko. You might see that drag from older brother later on in the matches. Both of them do a really nice job with that. But biggest thing I've noticed with Sam is he does such a good job with his body awareness, just being in the right spot, defending and being on the attack.
Well, mat savvy, both of these guys, for being younger wrestlers, and you can tell they've spent their time on the mat. And again, I don't think this is going to end up 3-1. Even though the end of the first period did. Looks like it's going to be Weichman's choice, and he defers. Royko takes the down position. Again, so many people we like to thank. We'll make quick mention, Jason Groth kind of behind the scenes tonight, which he doesn't get many times to do that, getting this all set up, getting us rolling. Tanya Beachy for the cool graphics. I think if I was a kid, that's probably a freeze frame. Here we got some action.
Yeah, really nice job by Royko. Drag into the double leg again, but Weichman just being really stingy with his defense, catching an ankle on the way by. This all started from Royko. Looks like he's going to get the 3 there. This all started from Royko's really good job getting off the bottom. I mean, he did hand control, got his way out, hit a drag right to an offensive attack. You've seen that a lot of the Yellowjackets tonight. Right when they get away, boom, they're back in on the attack, and that's definitely something they're practicing in the room.
And this is where I think Royko's pretty savvy. He locks up a leg. He kind of works on you a little bit to wear you down and then tries to score his points. He doesn't get greedy, as now you can see that cross-face cradle coming in here. And again, I think he's got it locked up.
He does, yeah, he does. We'll see if he can get – oh, wow, nice job. Really good technique there from Royko. Tightening it down. 35 seconds, and there's the fall. Holy smokes. What a big fall for Royko.
Yeah, that was a nice series by him, and so patient on the mat for a young wrestler. Really nice move there by Royko. Extends that lead for the Yellowjackets 34-3 on our Hilltop Lumber scoreboard, and we'll try to get through all of these sponsors tonight. It's so cool to have people support the Yellowjackets night in and night out the way they do. Looks to me Noah Christian coming out a senior, 17-3 for the Defenders. Had a nice match, 18-3 now. Brody Wacker for the Yellowjackets, a sophomore. You see 5-13 on the season. And again, you would think this one would favor Christian, but I've learned you never count the Wacker boys out of anything.
No, I was looking at scores at the Clash, and I think there were more double-digit scores next to Brody's name than anything else. I mean, he can find a way to score points and be stingy at times and just continue to work hard the whole way through.
Again, the Yellowjackets, have to feel like this one's in hand. Really did a nice job jumping out early with a ton of bonus points. Yeah, that's a recipe for success no matter where you're at and where you're wrestling. But again, nice job by Brody Wacker just staying in action. Minute 7 left to go here. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome to 549 Media. We'll have the last match of the night. We'll stay on this same stream. The Yellowjackets versus the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels. We might have a little bit of extra time in between. We've got some stuff that we need to talk about for sure. A nice job there by Wacker.
Really nice fireman by Brody Wacker there. Wasn't able to hold for any back points, but nonetheless, beautifully set up.
And you gotta love what Coach Vetch and his coaching staff have these kids. Right now, it's wrestling with confidence, and that's, you read a lot of books and you can do a lot of things. A confident athlete is a dangerous athlete, and right now the Yellowjackets look like they're very, very confident.
Yeah, and I think part of that too, you get off the bus from La Crosse, Wisconsin, where you just happen to see some pretty tough teams in the nation there. Good job by Brody continuing to wrestle off the mat, but getting back to normal a little bit here and just letting it all hang out in front of your whole home crowd.
Yeah, kind of a cool event. My boys got to wrestle down at the Clash, and I remember you just got to see people from all over the country, and you look at the Yellowjackets wrestled all over the country, but they also got to see some home flavor too when they were down there, and I think that's what brings the best out of you. And if you didn't get to follow, they finished 12th out of 36
or 36 or 38,
something like that. And had a really nice opening round. Second day was a little bit tougher, but that's when you get into that bracket play, and all of a sudden it gets you're equally matched, and it just didn't fall the way of the Yellowjackets. But talking to the coaching staff, they really felt confident coming out of that night or that evening, and felt like they wrestled well. And did I see a stall on Wacker?
Yeah, he was riding parallel for a little bit in that sit-out situation, but Kristen here did a nice job of spinning off of that sit out, but somehow Brody's hanging on and didn't give up the reversal. He's got to keep behind those arms in those sit out situations and pick a side, work him one way or the other to make sure we don't get caught in that position.
So all that being said, still 3-1, minute 20 left on the clock. This 152-pound match being brought to you by the Perham Chamber of Commerce and Central Market.
There he went for a chin drop attempt, but didn't quite recover. He's kind of in that Merkel position here. See if he can slide a leg in and maybe get a cheap set of back points here with a minute left in the second period.
Again, a minute left here to go, so some time to work on it, and now we got a stalemate call. Again, both to the center, and something's going to happen. You just have that feeling. We've ended up in the same spot 3 times, and here we're going to have a blood timeout. As we get going, we could probably talk a little bit during this blood timeout. We haven't had a lot of time to kind of catch our breath and talk to you about some of these things, but your hometown Yellowjackets really have had a good start to the year. Record might not be, you might look at it and go, that record doesn't speak, but they have really wrestled some good competition, Jesse. Well,
and it's been a transition in schedule where now we have to go find that good competition to get some credibility down at the state tournament. And, that's an important thing for Coach Vetch. I mean, this week you're looking at they're heading to Becker. They've been down at the Clash. They, to start the year, they're wrestling Bemidji and Thief River. It's just not a night off for the Yellowjackets.
Little Falls, Foley, going to go down to Annandale, and those are things that are going to make you better. We're right back to action. Quick stand up here, but nice job by Wacker just staying on it. There was never a gap there, Jesse, and that's when you tend to get into trouble. He stayed chest to chest or chest to back there, really did a nice job.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that position you could really see the strength of Brody, from last year to this year, where last year I don't know if he'd have quite been able to get a lift and get a return there, but it looks like Kristen's going to come back to his feet here with 30 seconds left in the second period.
So 3-2 is the score. Again, really good matchup here, and you got to give Brody Wacker credit. If you went just on record, Brody coming in 5-13, Kristen 17-3, picked up a win 18-3. You would have thought this is a bonus point opportunity, and we've seen that it can happen. But nice job by Brody Wacker so far, really dictating his pace.
Brody in a tough spot here, kind of a shrug by Kristen there. No points. Brody did a good job latching onto that ankle.
Yeah, and again, the defender coaching staff coming out at least wanting the 3. They almost thought there was back points, and it looks like we're going to have a blood timeout again. We'll take a quick one with you. We'll be right back on the 549 Media Network.
They go where you go. They're your wingman. Your, I should get this thing checked out support system. Who knows? They may even be your +1, or should we say +4? These are your tires. Small town, large city, winter, summer, every destination and every type of weather. At OK Tire Store and Service, we go the extra mile so you can add some extra miles. See us for tires, preventative maintenance, and more. OKTireInc.com.
Well, back in here at the Hive, Wacker in the down position here after the blood timeout. Again, we've seen the defenders, Sauk Centre-Melrose, be really tough on top here. It looks like they're going for that ride. You wonder how long. Usually we talk about that 1 minute mark where you got to cut them and then try to get the takedown for the lead. So we'll see what happens here and how this plays out.
Well, I just flipped back to my notes from the last match, and all it underlined cross-face cradle from Mr. Kristen. So good job by Brody getting to his feet. I think he realized that he's got to get to his feet here and try to get a takedown for the win, but we'll see what happens. I hope in this position I'd like to see Brody stay aggressive and force Kristen into a shot instead of trying to hold on, hang on. Brody does have a stall call, which hopefully won't come into play here in the last minute, but these are the moments where you can't help but hold your breath a little bit.
Well, you just sit at the end of your seat, edge of your seat here. Again, both out of bounds. Continuation again. I think you got to be careful if you're Whacker. He's had a tendency to work himself to the edge of the mat. You'd hate to give up that stall call, not that it's the end of the world, but you would hate to get two of them and lose that way after you've wrestled so well.
Yeah, we're in over-unders here. You could see the throw was coming. Brody kind of waited for it. He's got to slip that off. This would be a big takedown for Whacker, and he is going to get it here. Oh, maybe not. Referee's going to call Jim Floor there. That would have been kind of the nail in the coffin for Brody Whacker, but he's got to keep inside position here, not let anything crazy happen.
Well, interesting. Stall called was earlier in the match, and there is the stall. And again, I think if you're Brody now you got to be. You can't take that next stall. 4-3, 18 seconds. We'll probably let this thing play itself out here.
Yeah, it's throw attempt by Whacker. I don't think with the head under we're going to get there. Brody's got a circle in this position.
Again, you can hear the hum of the gym floor right now. Brody doing a good job of just hanging on.
Throw, there should be 3 right there and back points. Nice job by Whacker in that position. Getting some points at the end. That's a big win for Brody Whacker.
Yeah, that's one that you like to see. 11-3 major decision. Really nice job there by Brody Whacker. Staying patient, staying the course, and then really doing a nice job making them pay at the end. Carson Zeise coming up here for the Yellowjackets, 14-7.
At 160 pounds, from Sauk Centre-Melrose, Jesus Hernandez.
This is Jesus Hernandez.
Just goes to show you can do all the research in the world, Jesse, and there's still some changes to be made. So this 160-pound match being brought to you by Hilltop Lumber, Lakes Community Cooperative. Again, Carson Zeise, one of those hard-working and has really had a nice start to the season. He is currently rated 8th at 160 pounds in AA. Again, rankings should come out the end of this week again, so we'll see if there's any change-ups as we go, but really nice season start by Carson Zeise.
Yeah, you talked about Peyton Trout kind of drawing the toughest cat in the room every night. I think you could throw Carson Zeise's name into that list last year and this year. It seems that every night he's got a ranked wrestler, and again, it's going to season him for the end of the year run. But again, nobody's going to outwork Carson.
Yeah, and that's what you got to appreciate. 2 takedowns already, and you can see it, and you talked about that, Jesse, as we kind of have the rankings ahead of us. There's a lot of weight classes in 8AA that there aren't ranked wrestlers. That doesn't mean there's not good wrestlers. They're just not ranked up to this point. He has 3 in his. He's number 8. Elias Mata from Thief River, number 9, and Froning from Fergus, number 10. So there's a fall by Zeise.
Yeah, nice job getting it done there with a butcher and getting 6 points for the Jackets.
For the Yellow Jackets, Tegan Detloff coming out, ranked number 1 in the state of Minnesota, 21-2 on the year. State runner-up last year. Ben Fredericks, a junior, 16-7, coming out to take on Detloff here. So again, both kind of lengthy wrestlers here, and Tegan's usually uses that to his advantage, is his length. Yeah, and how he gets to those, just what he's doing right now.
You can see that. He can just pick and choose which leg he's going to, gets 2 hands to the leg, runs his feet to it, and gets a takedown. You're going to see that over and over tonight. He's doing a great job. Here he is on the edge, going to pick up another 3. The technique is just awesome.
Detloff Fredericks brought to you by Steve Sanitation and Horace Mann tonight.
Yeah, Tegan, really nice job down at the Clash. with another takedown here, but made the all-tournament team down at the Clash for his, I believe he was 6-0 down there. I think they wrestled 6 matches, but avenged his previous loss with St. Michael Albertville, and
4-2. Another really good match, and again, those are the ones that you want to have. Yeah, both him and Eli Royko coming up, both 6-0 at the Clash, which isn't easy to do. I went back in the history books, and the last time the Yellow Jackets did that, they had 4. Ty Mosier, Zach Peterson, Leighton Rock, and Dawson Kellogg went 6-0 the last time they were down at the Clash. So that's a worthy. That 6-0 is big when you're down wrestling that caliber of opponents.
No doubt. Yeah, this is. Tegan's making it look pretty easy right now, but his opponent is a very, very good wrestler with a 17-7 record, and if you remember the last match, had a last-second pin against a very quality opponent from DGF, and at times people take for granted what Tegan's able to do out there, and there's so many technical aspects that goes into his wrestling, and it's just fun to watch.
Yeah, spent a ton of time on the mat from little on up, and it looks like we're going to get another 3 here, and we do. With 5 seconds remaining on your Hilltop Lumber scoreboard. Those last blood timeouts brought to you by Perham Health. Our post-match wrap-up and our pre-match activities will be brought to you by KLN after this one is done. We'll do a little bit of that. We'll get to some of our sponsors that it's hard to get to during a wrestling match. They will celebrate Parents' Night here as we get going, and then we'll come back for the Perham Yellowjackets and the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels live here from the Hive.
Tegan doing a good job clearing his hands, getting the escape. Again, on the edge here, people think they're safe, but he is so artistic with how he's able to score points over here and maneuver. It's awesome to watch. I mean, it's college level, and there's another tech fall for Tegan Detloff.
And the Yellow Jackets just keep on rolling. They kind of put the pedal to the metal at the beginning, and then they haven't looked back since. So nice job by Tegan Detloff picking up that win. We're going to have Tristan Larson. Tristan Larson coming out on the mat. Tristan, a good addition for the Yellow Jackets, and you're going to go, but he has come back to wrestling, and you can see what he can do right on the edge of the mat. Has Devin Strangler in harm's way right here, and the Yellow Jackets really seem determined. I was kind of wondering if you'd see jet lag, Jesse, after being away from home and what they had to wrestle this weekend. Not the case.
No, really nice double leg by Tristan. Physicality is never going to be the thing that he lacks. He comes out with some intensity and gets her done there.
All right, it looks like nope. Yes. I know tonight there's a few members out here. Well, John Stake out there, a senior, bumping up from 189 pounds, 12-10 on the season is John Stake, going up against Johnny Lara, senior, 16-5 now. Had a rough going against TJ Fuller, as we saw in the prior match. And again, good job here by John Stake. He's been one of those who's been with the program a long time, and getting a lot of quality matches in here for the Yellow Jackets and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think he kind of quietly had a really nice start to the season, picked up some good wins, placed at the St. Michael tournament, and got on the podium and a couple other spots too, and just, really was solid for him.
Yeah, and I like that you never know when it's going to happen, but you see his offense developing, and you got to like that. And he's facing a really tough hombre right now, but you got to like those sorts of things, and here's the power.
Yeah, you love seeing that. John Stake's giving up a little weight, and he's kind of throwing throwing Lara around a little bit, and I don't think Lara's a full 215-pounder, but nonetheless, it's good to see the physicality.
Well, and you can see that country strong in John Stake, and he just did a nice job there of lifting, elevating, and then getting the takedown here. And I know Johnny Lara's not done yet, but he's got to be thinking, what's going on tonight? I walked in here 16-7, and now I'm facing really tough competition as we're going forward here.
Well, initially probably excited not to see Eli Royko walk out, but nonetheless, John Stake is doing a really nice job here, putting on a good ride with end of the first period coming.
Yeah, really nice first period there for John Stake. It is his choice. He's going to choose the down position.
You just wonder in these spots, you saw Lara throw that quick headlock attempt. Yeah, it's got to be in the back of your mind just to be a little bit careful, but Stake doing a good job coming to his feet, landing on his base, popping right back up again. Nice knee slide to just make the top guy uncomfortable. Lara doing a good job continuing to stick with that single leg.
Grabs that ankle, and they head out of bounds.
See, to me, that should be stalling. That should be stalling on the top guy for forcing him out, but that's why I'm up here and not in stripes.
We can keep having that discussion. That's an okay thing to discuss once in a while, but nice job there by Stake. Quick off the whistle again. Lara picks that ankle again. I think Stake's going to get out here.
Get up.
Just has to find his base when he gets tripped up with that ankle. So another point there for Stake. Makes it 4-0 in favor of John Stake.
Now you know Lara's going to, I was going to say, he's going to come out with a ball of fire here, knowing he's down 4-3. Really nice shot attempt off the whistle, and I don't think John was quite ready for that.
Yeah, again, I don't know. I'd have to look at my notes to find where Lara weighed in at, but he almost looks like an 89-pound body. You wonder what'll happen when it comes to section time, and again, there's lots of things at play, but 215 pounds has some hombres in there, Jesse, with Ryan Francis from Detroit Lakes being number 2, Eli Royko being number 4 from Perham, and TJ Fuller being number 10, which will be coming up next, so don't go away. In our next matchup, we're hoping to see Royko and Fuller go at it to see where they stand when it comes time for that Section 8 AA.
There's an escape for Stake. As the second period comes down here, 25 seconds left. Look for John to get back to his offense a little bit. I think he could force Mr. Lara into kind of a ill-advised shot or a throw attempt and maybe steal one here in the last part of the period.
Yeah, again, it looks like both of them might be just satisfied to ride into that third period here, gain their breath back a little bit, and we'll see Lara's choice. He says down, and must feel confident. Again, I would be careful here with him, not just being settled for the one, but trying to tie this thing up with some sort of roll.
As we get to the top of the lineup, the bigger guy, the roll's always in play, Lance.
I love it.
Stake doing a good job stopping the first move. These Sauk center guys do a really nice job with the sit-out series, but looks like Stake's going to let him go here. It's going to come down to a takedown here.
5-4, Stake in with a long shot. I don't know if that was calculated well, and Lard did just what he should do on that long shot. He read it, boom, snapped around, gets the takedown, up 7-5. We talked about Sauk Centre-Melrose in the first match against Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton. Riding seemed to be, but Stake seems to be able to get up to his base.
Yeah, he can get up there. He's got to just clear his hips when he gets up. He's kind of leaving his feet behind.
Ooh. I didn't like that back exposure there as he tried to twist his way out of there. Lara almost caught him right there. So, again, Yellow Jackets escape here, or reversal, ties it up, and good job by Stake wrestling a really, really accomplished wrestler for the defenders.
I was just told there is a restaurant in Minnesota called the Steak Escape. Maybe we need to look into them for sponsorship in the future.
Or just go get some steak. I'm starting to get hungry myself right now. There is the Escape.
Here we go.
And now it is Jimmy bar the door, because I think both guys are going to, it could be a wild flurry here at the end.
Something's going to happen.
Stake's got a circle there. I get a little nervous when you back straight up. He's got to make an effort to circle. Not that would be his first stall, but you don't want to even have that in play.
"15 seconds left here in the period. Stake needs to pick up the action a little bit. We're down to 10. Lara seems content just staying, keeping inside position here and holding on for a 7-6 victory for the defenders.
Yeah, and that was brought to you by Otter Tail Power, Hansen's Plumbing and Heating. 7-6 win for Johnny Lara. Continuing on bumping up here, Eli Royko will go from 215 to 285. Braden Britt's out, a junior for the defenders, 8-10 on the season. Eli Royko, 14-3 on the season, 4 in the state, and he's going right to work.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of offense and a lot of physicality and strength out of Eli Royko. And I remember watching him the last couple years going, man, I can't believe this kid's a freshman, a sophomore, and now he's a junior, and he's going to be your full 215-pounder. And you mentioned his weight class in the section tournament. It's going to be some awesome matches to watch, and he's a nice addition to this Yellow Jackets team.
That fall was brought to you by Foltz Construction, Interiors by Winkles, River's Edge Cabinetry, and that will end this match, the second of 3 in this triangular, with a victory for the Yellow Jackets, 61-6. We'll be back shortly with a recap. We'll talk about a few things. We'll come up with Steve Sanitation, wrestler of the match. We'll talk about a pin that we thought was a good one for the Yellow Jackets, brought to you by Horace Mann. That will all, and the move of the match by Otter Tail Power, that'll all be brought to you by the post-match wrap-up by KLN. So, again, before we step away for a few seconds, just a reminder, we'll stay on this stream. We'll be back to talk about all those things, and we'll step away for a little bit while Parents' Night happens. And then we'll be back for the nightcap, and really one that I'm looking forward to, Jesse, as the Yellow Jackets are going to take on the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels in what I think could really be a good one.
Yeah, there's going to be some awesome matchups there. I mean, the history, this is the repeat of the section championship, and it means a lot to both these programs.
We'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors here on 549 Media Network.
At New Horizons Realty, we're on your team. For over 25 years, we've been helping families and businesses find the perfect place to call home here in the Lakes area. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or just dreaming, we've got the experience and local knowledge to guide you through every step of your real estate journey. As proud supporters of the Perham Yellowjackets, we believe in building strong teams on the mat, court, or field, and in the community. Check out our current listings at PerhamRealEstate.com or give us a call today at 218-346-7767. At United Community Bank, we're not just in the community, we're sewn into the fabric of it. We shop downtown, we coach Little League, we're a part of your story. We're not serving customers, we're serving families. And we've done so since 1911. We're here for your first bank account, your first car, your first home. Community is our middle name, and Perham, Frazee, and Dent are our homes. And where some banks have branches, we have roots. United Community Bank, ucbankmn.com, member FDIC.
Yes, garbage is gross, but here at Steve's Sanitation, we are your trash experts with experience to back it up. At Steve's Sanitation, we know how to schedule your trash pickups without missing a beat, and we have been doing it for over 30 years in Perham and the Lakes area. Steve's Sanitation has been voted the best garbage service in the Lakes area since 2019. With 30 dedicated employees, we're here to take care of your trash. For more information, call us at 218-346-4834 or visit our website at stevesanitation.com.
Hansen's Plumbing and Heating provides the highest quality products and services to ensure the comfort and safety of all their customers. It's what they do. Henry Hansen, later known as Hardware Hank, first opened the family hardware store in the early 1930s in Burgess, Minnesota. Today, they are proud to carry on his legacy of hard work and honesty through teamwork, fellowship, cutting-edge technology, and forward thinking. 218-346-2422 or make a visit in Perham, Burgess, or Detroit Lakes today. Hansen's Plumbing and Heating, proudly serving Minnesota families for over 80 years.
At Nias Family Sales, our experienced mechanics are here to provide exceptional service in a timely manner. With 10 service bays, the service department at Nias Family Sales can work on all makes and models. Our experienced mechanics can do everything from oil changes, tire repairs, brake service, engine and transmission repair, and much more. Schedule your vehicle today. Call 218-346-5976 or visit the Nias Family Sales Service Center at 610 East Main Street in Perham.
We take pride in what we send out. When you open a bag of licorice, you want that licorice to look good, you want that licorice to taste good. We work for you. We take pride in what we're making and what we are offering. It is so important to me. I do thank KLN from the bottom of my heart. They believe you and your family is important.
McCall Construction is the Lakes area full-service construction management company, offering a truly personalized experience. From dream homes to commercial spaces, McCall Construction focuses on putting you first with experienced value engineering that delivers on your vision and surpasses your expectations. Whether you already have a plan or you're just getting started, give them a call. McCall Construction will make the entire process so much easier. Call them at 218-346-7070 or check them out on Facebook.
Perham Health is here to take care of you, to keep you crushing it. Broken bone? We'll fix it. New baby? We'll deliver. We've heard that. And yes, we can help. From life's big moments to the annoyingly sick ones, our providers have the expertise and compassion to handle it all. Perham Health, so you can keep on hitting it.
Central Market, the fresh place in Perham and Detroit Lakes, offering the freshest meat, produce, bakery, and deli products possible with great value for your money. A visit to Central Market is a journey into freshness. You'll always be able to find a wide variety of items that will result in the perfect meal for your family and friends. Begin with their meat department, and whether it's succulent fruit and vegetables, fresh baked specialties from their bakery, or the convenience of fresh deli selections, Central Market is the fresh place for your family. Go Yellowjackets!
Welcome back to the Hive. 2 matches down, 1 to go here in the triangular. We opened up the night with the DGF Rebels taking on Sauk Centre-Melrose defenders, and DGF with the win 50-20. We just finished up the match with the Yellowjackets. Jesse, I forgot to write the score down. Did you happen to grab?
61-6.
61-6 in favor of the Yellowjackets in a display from top to bottom, Jesse, that I thought the Yellowjackets came out firing, especially after being at the Clash and wrestling 6 events over the weekend.
Yeah, no doubt. They were the aggressors from the very beginning. They looked to score from almost every position. You saw them multiple times get escapes, turn right around, get takedowns, and just be extremely physical to get those bonus points.
Right, so that leads us to our post-match wrap-up and kind of our pre-match warm-up as the parents are now going out in the hallway. We have parents' night to go. So we're going to do this part. We'll step away for just a little bit, give ourselves the time to take a little drink of water and maybe get a hot dog. We'll see how it goes. And then we'll come back and we'll lay out this match against the Rebels. And we'll also talk about what they've got coming up. Not only was it a busy weekend, we can recap that, Jesse, but this is far from over for the Yellowjackets. The try tonight, they have a quad, which I heard is going to be run kind of like a try for the Yellowjackets. Coming up on Thursday, we'll touch on that. And then they're away at DL for a single duel on Friday night. So it's a plethora of wrestling, and if you like it, follow these Yellowjackets because they've been fun to watch so far.
Yeah, no doubt, and no shying away from any competition in any of those events either. There's going to be some great match and very meaningful matches down the stretch here. You know, we are a month and a half away yet, but we're also honing in on it here. You know, it wasn't that long ago we were talking about wrestling getting started, so we're getting there. A lot of good wrestling here. Looking forward to a good duel tonight.
Absolutely, and we're on the post-match, pre-match wrap-up by KLN. The move of the match brought to you by Otter Tail Power. We went with Brody Wacker, and he just never gave up in that match, and it was so fun to watch. Really good competition. If you looked at records, you would have said Brody was a definite underdog. But time and time again, he stayed true to what he was doing and what the coaching staff, and he pulled out that win.
Yeah, got a good takedown to start the match, put a good ride on. Got a little hairy toward the end, but he hit a big throw to ultimately get that major decision as the time went out, and that's going to be a huge win for bracketing later on down in the section tournament.
And our pin tonight brought to you by Horace Mann. I'm going to go with Tristan Larson. He came out, and it was good to see for Tristan picking up his second win. You saw him do all the little things, Jesse. He was out mopping mats before in his stocking feet, doing all the things that you want a leader to do coming back to the wrestling. It is so good to see him get that win in quick fashion, and he shows how dynamic he can be on the wrestling mat.
Yeah, Mr. Physicality. I mean, he's, like you say, you do the little things right, and the big things sort themselves out. So kudos to Tristan for a good, quick pin tonight.
And our Steve Sanitation wrestler of the match could have basically went anywhere throughout this whole thing, and we talked about a ton of different guys coming in and doing different things. I'm going to go with Halo Roth. I think he came out tonight, Jesse, and I don't even know that we talked about this, but he was a tone setter. And we talked about that's the spark when you see really good teams time and time again. They're getting bonus points, are really good, a really good win, or limiting bonus points at the 107 pounds, and it just sparks your team from that point on.
Absolutely. Everybody needs a firecracker to start it off, and Halo went out there and got bonus points and ultimately got the team on the right track, and they never looked back. But like you said, a lot of deserving people. I mean, you could have went up and down that list, but kudos to Halo for doing it right.
Well, we're going to step away for about 3 to 4 minutes here. We'll run some ads. We'll probably catch up a little bit with Parents' Night as we get, but we have got a lot of things to talk about. We've basically talked about the matches as they have gone here tonight. We're going to look ahead for the Yellowjackets. We'll look to tonight's match, and then we're going to just take a little look at Section 8 AA because it's one of those interesting sections, as I think there's a few teams that could really make a push towards the end, and the Yellowjackets have to feel they've got their foot in the door. So we'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors right here on the 549 Media Network.
At Hilltop Lumber, we help plan, supply, and deliver dreams.
We are family owned and operated, serving the Lakes area since 1988. Though Hilltop Lumber is our name, we're much more than that. We provide superior consulting and design, accurate estimates, thorough product knowledge, and on-time delivery. We have a full range of building supplies from windows, doors, decking, and siding to hardware, tools, paints, and stains. Take the stress out of building and let us help you find the perfect products for your project. Hilltop Lumber. We help plan, supply, and deliver dreams.
Since 1980, more families have trusted Jack Chivers Realty than anyone else in the Lakes area. I'm Blake Olson, the owner of Jack Chivers Realty. Our dedicated agents have a deep understanding of the area.
We live here, and our kids go to school here. Let us find the perfect home for you and your family, or lean on our knowledge and marketing to sell your home. Find out how Chivers delivers right here in Perham. Reach out today and start packing. JackChiversRealty.com.
Horseman Investments and Insurance can help you with your retirement planning goals and insurance protection needs. Kyle Van Dyke and his team provides educated retirement solutions, wealth management strategies, inheritance and legacy planning, and personalized auto, homeowners, and life insurance protection plans. We are here for your lifelong financial wellness. To set up an appointment, call Kyle Van Dyke at 218-236-6665 or email at kyle.vandyke@horseman.com. At Joe Foltz Construction, quality and integrity aren't just words, they're our commitment. Since 2004, our owner-operator-led team of skilled craftsmen has brought dream homes, commercial spaces, and major remodels to life across Lakes Country. We guide you through every step, from custom design and accurate estimates to construction and a 10-year warranty that shows we build for life. Your vision is our blueprint. Joe Foltz Construction, craftsmanship you can trust. Visit us in Perham or online at joelfoltzconstruction.com. Yes, garbage is gross, but here at Steve's Sanitation, we are your trash experts with experience to back it up. At Steve's Sanitation, we know how to schedule your trash pickups without missing a beat, and we have been doing it for over 30 years in Perham and the Lakes area. Steve's Sanitation has been voted the best garbage service in the Lakes area since 2019. With 30 dedicated employees, we're here to take care of your trash. For more information, call us at 218-346-4834 or visit our website at stevesanitation.com.
They go where you go. They're your wingman. Your, I should get this thing checked out support system. Who knows? They may even be your +1. Or should we say +4? These are your tires. Small town, large city, winter, summer. Every destination and every type of weather. At OK Tire Store and Service, we go the extra mile so you can add some extra miles. See us for tires, preventative maintenance, and more. OKTireInc.com.
Well, welcome back in here to the Hive. We're just setting up, getting ready for our third match of the triangular. The Perham Yellowjackets facing off against the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels. Again, this one probably does have some section implications, Jesse, as we look at the Rebels. We're 7-1, 2-0 in the section. Yellowjackets, well, now the Rebels are 8-1. The Yellowjackets 9-4, 1-0 in the section. Some really good matchups coming up here. The Yellowjackets, a little bit by the injury sickness bug, are gonna make some a little bit of changes as we get going through here. But we saw some really, really, really good wrestlers for both of these teams. And I really believe it's going to be the Yellowjackets are going to have to hold off some bonus points early on. Maybe not at 107, 107, 114, but definitely when you hit the likes of Caleb Coulson, Lubke, that's where they're going to have to do the best they can to weather that storm. and then regain that when you hit those hammers for the Yellowjackets.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it right away. Can you get the bonus point? Can you prevent the bonus point? Because ultimately, 1 or 2 points could make the difference of you taking the trip down to the XL Energy Center or staying home come February. So no time like the present to get after it.
Yeah, this is a good one. I'm glad it's at home. It's fun to watch all of these things going on. Again, we'll throw this back on. AD Aaron Anderson is talking about Coach Vetch getting his 100th win. Awesome feat to, in this day and age, get a 100th win. It talks about where he's got this program going. He'll quickly joke about it's all him, but he also, in tongue-in-cheek, also tells you how great his assistant coaches are, the families of the Yellowjackets, and his athletes. And again, all of those components we know make up a really good, healthy culture, and that word gets used a lot nowadays, but he has done a nice job with this Yellowjacket team.
Yeah, there's nothing he wants less than to be out there holding a sign, drawing attention to him, because he's a very selfless coach and just wants all the attention on his athletes. And ultimately, he's done really good things for this Perm program, and they'll continue to build it as they go.
We're going to step away. The teams are kind of gathering a little bit. We'll be back with live action. We'll talk about the New Horizons matchups that we see coming up here. Some really good things, and maybe touch on a little bit tonight, too, where the Yellowjackets are going after this. Stay tuned. We'll be right back on the 549 Media Network.
80-90% of this world goes to a 8-to-5 job, and they get to slave away to barely get by. We have the opportunity to go put in the work and be able to change people's lives. Be the less than 1% in this business. Everyone in this room has the opportunity for growth. Everyone in this room has the opportunity to go protect a bunch of people. Be that person today.
If you're self-motivated and disciplined, this is the opportunity for you. Call Dan Persons at 218-259-0741 for more information.
Since 1955, Esser Plumbing and Heating has been keeping homes and businesses comfortable across the Lakes area. From residential and commercial new construction to plumbing and HVAC service, our skilled technicians bring knowledge, experience, and a friendly smile to every job. When comfort matters, trust the team your neighbors have counted on for generations. Call 877-882-4822 or visit EsserPlumbingandHeating.com. Esser Plumbing and Heating. Trusted people, trusted service.
It's not necessary to build your business in Perham, Minnesota to be successful. But it sure does help. Hammers Construction, your vision, our team.
At New Horizons Realty, we're on your team. For over 25 years, we've been helping families and businesses find the perfect place to call home here in the Lakes area. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or just dreaming, we've got the experience and local knowledge to guide you through every step of your real estate journey. As proud supporters of the Perham Yellowjackets, we believe in building strong teams on the mat, court, or field, and in the community. Check out our current listings at PerhamRealEstate.com or give us a call today at 218-346-7767.
At Nias Family Sales, our experienced mechanics are here to provide exceptional service in a timely manner. With 10 service bays, the service department at Nias Family Sales can work on all makes and models. Our experienced mechanics can do everything from oil changes, tire repairs, brake service, engine and transmission repair, and much more. Schedule your vehicle today. Call 218-346-5976 or visit the Nias Family Sales Service Center at 610 East Main Street in Perham.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your neighborhood Ace? In addition to Ace's award-winning service, we have top-rated paint brands. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wandering and start painting. Head to your neighborhood Ace today.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterill
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Hansen's Plumbing and Heating provides the highest quality products and services to ensure the comfort and safety of all their customers. It's what they do. Henry Hansen, later known as Hardware Hank, first opened the family hardware store in the early 1930s in Burgess, Minnesota. Today, they are proud to carry on his legacy of hard work and honesty through teamwork, fellowship, cutting-edge technology, and forward thinking. 218-346-2422 or make a visit in Perham, Burgess, or Detroit Lakes today. Hansen's Plumbing and Heating, proudly serving Minnesota families for over 80 years.
From the plains of North and South Dakota to the lakes of Minnesota, one remarkable creature thrives. The cold climate heat pump. It cools when it's hot, heats when it's not, and uses far less energy than traditional systems. Those who welcome one into their habitat enjoy year-round comfort, generous rebates, and bills that nearly hibernate. Cold climate heat pumps, cooling, heating, and saving all year. That's efficient comfort. Powered by Otter Tail Power Company.
Welcome back into the Hive. You are witnessing or watching some JV matches that they are that they're going to try to wrap up. We talked about that earlier. A lot of JV matches. Really cool to see that the Yellowjackets were able to place a lot of kids and get a lot of matches going. That's healthy for every program, and it's a really good thing to see the DGF Rebels and also Sauk Centre-Melrose have a lot of kids out there that afford us to be able to do this, Jesse.
Yeah, it's just healthy for the sport and so fun to see these. It's no secret why these programs have had success, and there's a good pipeline of wrestlers coming up for many years to come.
So lots of good things happening here. We can kind of look at the New Horizon matchups. There's a lot of them out there that are going to be kind of interesting. To me, I wonder where the balance is going to be if you're going to see at 139 a Peyton Trout versus Jacob Lubke. Again, I don't think Peyton Trout backs down to anyone, but I don't know where the Rebels are at. If they think they can sneak one somewhere, they might do that. That to me looks like one that would be good. At 152, Brody Wacker and Ben Thurine. I think the way Brody wrestled this last match, Jesse, I think he's got a really shot to it. And then I will look at another one is if Eli Royko goes back to 215, rated number 4 in the state, goes after TJ Fuller, rated number 10 in the state. Might be a highlight capper in this evening. And I don't know if you want to touch on any of those or you see any that you're really excited about as well.
No, you pretty much covered it. I think any of those 160 to heavyweight, depending on how things shake out, are going to be fun matches. One that stuck out after seeing Xander Deutsch, how physical he was in the last match. Him and Carson Zeise going at it. Both very strong, physical kids at the weight class. The Royko Fuller match is going to be a fun one if it happens, and I think a lot will be determined on what the score is at that point. But the flip might come into play. I'm not sure how much people are thinking into it yet, but it's a big one. It's a big match for sections.
Well, some keys to me I think might be the early weights as you look at what are they going to do with Halo Roth, Pazdernik both weighing in at 107. Ketterling looks very accomplished at 107. Pickett was a little bit more of a struggle for him in those earlier matches. If one or the other team wins those early two matches, that might be the match. And it's hard to say that. Obviously, it's going to go down to the wire, but this could really, really be a good one. And they're looking for bonus points out of Koysen and Lubke, who finished second and third at the Rumble in the red, which is which is a feat. I'll just put it that way. You're wrestling the top dogs in the nation, not only Minnesota, North Dakota, but across the nation. And those two guys just went out there and held their own and really represented the Rebels and Section 8AA well.
Yeah, I think you said it. I think that 107 114-pound match, depending on how it shakes out. The 107, if they wrestle it straight up, you got to remember Ketterling struggled with that Sauk Centre-Melrose wrestler until the very end where he pinned him. It was a very close, highly contested match until the very end. So matchups could mean everything. I don't know what the coaches are thinking. That's why we're up here.
Exactly, and that's why we're going to do our best to bring it to you. We know there's going to be some shakeups. We know there's going to be, and this isn't the end-all, be-all. You win or lose this one. It isn't the section tournament, but I think you walk away knowing what you have to work on, and every coaching staff likes that. But again, a lot of good things happening there. We just got a message, Jesse. I think we should pass it along. It's probably good timing to do. Long-time wrestling coach for the Perham Yellowjackets. I know near and dear to both of us. We call him coach. We call him friend. Rob Mosier was inducted into the Minnesota Hall of Fame today. His induction ceremony will be April 11th, and we talked about good coaching staff. We talked about Coach Vetch and what he's doing. Coach Mosier's touched a lot of lives, and my two boys personally, and I'm sure you can say the same thing, I owe a lot to him and what he's done and still does for my boys and what he's done for the sport of wrestling. And I'll let you talk, but I remember when he took over, and this wasn't the Perham Yellowjacket wrestling that people have known and loved. They kind of went through a little rocky roads there for a while, and he kind of came in and stabilized the program, and what he did was legendary. The runs he had at the state tournament, the wrestlers he brought through, but I would take that all away, and it's second to the men he created.
Absolutely. I mean, Coach Mosier's done a ton for me. I was blessed to have him for my whole career here. I can't thank him enough for the opportunities that he's presented to me, and definitely will be forever grateful for those things, and just the opportunity to be a part of some of those big runs we made to the state tournament. I was so blessed to be on some great teams, and again, like you said, as many accolades as he racked up, I don't think he would put those ahead of, the lives he's changed and for the better, and still involved with the sport. He's 10 feet away from us broadcasting the match on the radio. He has no idea we're talking about him right now, and just a humble man who's done so much for me in this program.
So congratulations. It seems like such a small word for such a big accomplishment, but again, to Coach Mosier, his legacy, what he built here, what he did, and I'm just glad I got to do the run. I got to go down to the state tournament a lot because of his work and what he meant to those guys, and I think you can bring a lot of his wrestlers up here and they'd say the exact same thing. So congratulations to Coach Mosier, a Hall of Famer in many terms now, not just in the Perham Hall of Fame, but now in the Minnesota Hall of Fame as well. So with that, we're going to step aside for just a little bit. We'll be back to talk about what's coming up next for these Perham Yellowjackets.
Perham Health is here to take care of you, to keep you crushing it. Broken bone? We'll fix it. New baby? We'll deliver. We've heard that. And yes, we can help. From life's big moments to the annoyingly sick ones, our providers have the expertise and compassion to handle it all. Perham Health, so you can keep on hitting it.
At United Community Bank, we're not just in the community, we're sewn into the fabric of it. We shop downtown, we coach Little League, we're a part of your story. We're not serving customers, we're serving families. And we've done so since 1911. We're here for your first bank account, your first car, your first home. Community is our middle name, and Perham, Frazee, and Dent are our homes. And where some banks have branches, we have roots. United Community Bank, ucbankmn.com, member FDIC.
It's something new every day, some different stuff to do. It's not the same monotonous thing over and over again.
Everybody works together, everybody knows everybody, we all get along just well.
It's just a great company to work with.
It's like a big family here. It's just everybody gets along with everybody and everybody clicks. Everybody just helps everybody out. And it's a pretty awesome job to have.
Hey, it's Tucker again. Did you know? DOT Insurance Agency.
Well, welcome back live. If you missed our last announcement, Hall of Famer Rob Mosier, Perham Hall of Famer, now Minnesota Hall of Fame. And we just caught word of more greatness happening in the Hive and wrestling in Perham, as a name synonymous with Perham wrestling, the Warner brothers, are also going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So what a big night, Jess. I mean, not only great wrestling on the mat, but getting to honor some of the true legends of not this gym so much, but gyms gone by, and what that Werner family has meant to wrestling is just tried and true.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the wall over here in the Hive, there's 3 Warner brothers up there, and I know none of them want the spotlight on this either, but it's been a long time since hasn't been a Warner name in the lineup. But congratulations to the Warner family, well deserved. I know hearing all the stories from my dad and the older generation of just the tenacity that those brothers wrestled with. It's very well deserved, and it's just a cool honor for those guys.
Right, and I've got a chance to know them and now also work with one of them, and it's just every day is a great adventure, and I can only imagine their life story. Maybe it'll be like the movie The Little Giants, where it's their name is on the water tower, and that's just what they become as part of the town. So again, hats off to all of those guys. It's so awesome that you personally know them and know what they've done for this sport of wrestling. And it's so fun to watch it grow as the gym fills up here. You just watch it. The torch changes. It just gets passed on, and you wonder someday who of these young men might be in the Hall of Fame. And again, it's a sport I've been blessed to be adopted into. It wasn't my first love. It wasn't my first passion. Now I have a hard time staying away from it. So you warned me at one point in my life that this really grows on you, and you weren't lying.
Yeah, it's contagious. Once you jump into the wrestling community, it's a different type of brotherhood. And from fans to wrestlers to coaches to referees to everybody involved, ultimately they all want the sport to grow and to be successful, and they all know what benefits wrestling brings to these young men and now young girls who are participating, and it's just a great camaraderie.
Growing by leaps and bounds. So congratulations, Werner Brothers, Rob Mosier, Dave Vetch on his 100th, Carson Zeise on his 75th. We might have some more to talk about later on tonight, so stay with us. Just a lot of good things. But Yellowjackets have DGF tonight. We've kind of highlighted some of the New Horizon matches that we think might be really good. Looking forward, the old saying, no rest for the wicked, really kind of comes to play for the Yellowjackets, Jesse, as they head off for a quad, which we found out tonight from Coach Vetch and Coach Trout are really going to be a try. They will not be wrestling Zimmerman on Thursday night, but they will get Becker, who is lean and mean in AA, coming with 5 ranked wrestlers, kind of varied through, and you're going to have to hold your hat, and you're going to have to hold your water when you hit the middle, because they are ranked 9 at 127, 5 at 133, 2 at 145, 9 at 152, and 10 at 172, which you hope you can cancel that out with the Teagan Detloff and some of the others. There's a lot of firepower there in those Becker Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's a team you hear more and more about, and They've made their name known down at the state tournament individually, and it's just great competition and another weekend for the Yellow Jackets to go get better.
Well, and if you thought that sounded like a rocky road to jump on, the other competition for that night is Watertown Mare. Number 6 in AA, just a couple spots ahead of the Yellow Jackets. They also bring 5 ranked wrestlers. The difference is 3 of them number 1, 2 of them gopher commits. And so, again, you're going to have to hold your own at the bottom. At 107, they're ranked number 8. 121 is number 1. 127, number 1. 133, number 10. 152, number 1. We talked about Coach Mosier. One of his favorite was iron sharpens iron or steel sharpens steel. That's what you're going to get when you are in the midst of that storm. But the way the Yellow Jackets wrestled tonight, Jesse, I think they're just ready to take on any competition they put in front of them.
Yeah, it's time to bring the energy, and you got to come out guns a-blazing, and ultimately every match means something down there. You go pull one off, and next thing you know, you get a seed down at the state tournament if you're fortunate enough to be there, and everything matters when you get down the stretch here.
Right, and so you look at the Yellow Jackets and you look at the Class AA teams. 1 Simley, 2 Casa Manorville, 3 Grand Rapids, 4 New Ulm, 5 New Prague, 6 Watertown Mare. The Jackets will have wrestled them as of Thursday. 7 Zabroda Mazeppa. Yellow Jackets wrestled them at the Clash. 8 Little Falls. They wrestled them at Foley. 10 Foley. They wrestled them there. They have, and then you work your way down. Thief River Falls is in Lean and Mean. Piers is in Lean and Mean. Becker is in Lean and Mean. When you talk about the gauntlet of wrestling, they have set their schedule up for that this year.
Absolutely, and ultimately it's going to pay off. I mean, you have to believe that as a coach, as a fan, and as a supporter of the Perm program. They're going out to get it. There's 2 approaches. You can have ultimately a good record and wrestle a little bit lesser schedule, or you can go find the competition and hopefully it pays off.
Yeah, and I think it will for these Yellow Jackets. I think we're about wrapping them up. We're going to step away, get ourselves all lined up and ready to go, and then we'll be back with the last of the triangular, the Perham Yellow Jackets versus the Dilworth-Glyndon-Felton Rebels.
At Hilltop Lumber, we help plan, supply, and deliver dreams.
We are family owned and operated, serving the Lakes area since 1988. Though Hilltop Lumber is our name, we're much more than that. We provide superior consulting and design, accurate estimates, thorough product knowledge, and on-time delivery. We have a full range of building supplies from windows, doors, decking, and siding to hardware, tools, paints, and stains. Take the stress out of building and let us help you find the perfect products for your project. Hilltop Lumber. We help plan, supply, and deliver dreams.
McCall Construction is the Lakes area full-service construction management company, offering a truly personalized experience. From dream homes to commercial spaces, McCall Construction focuses on putting you first with experienced value engineering that delivers on your vision and surpasses your expectations. Whether you already have a plan or you're just getting started, give them a call. McCall Construction will make the entire process so much easier. Call them at 218-346-7070 or check them out on Facebook.
Central Market, the fresh place in Perham and Detroit Lakes, offering the freshest meat, produce, bakery, and deli products possible with great value for your money. A visit to Central Market is a journey into freshness. You'll always be able to find a wide variety of items that will result in the perfect meal for your family and friends. Begin with their meat department, and whether it's succulent fruit and vegetables, fresh baked specialties from their bakery, or the convenience of fresh deli selections. Central Market is the fresh place for your family. Go Yellow Jackets.
Welcome to Perham, Minnesota, a great place to visit and an even better place to live. Here's a look at just a few of the things you can experience here. If you'd like to find your inner otter in Perham, visit ottertaillakescountry.com.
Perham Health is here to take care of you, to keep you crushing it. Broken bone? We'll fix it. New baby? We'll deliver. We've heard that. And yes, we can help. From life's big moments to the annoyingly sick ones, our providers have the expertise and compassion to handle it all. Perham Health, so you can keep on hitting it.
At United Community Bank, we're not just in the community, we're sewn into the fabric of it. We shop downtown, we coach Little League, we're a part of your story. We're not serving customers, we're serving families. And we've done so since 1911. We're here for your first bank account, your first car, your first home. Community is our middle name, and Perham, Frazee, and Dent are our homes. And where some banks have branches, we have roots. United Community Bank, ucbankmn.com, member FDIC.
We take pride in what we send out. When you open a bag of licorice, you want that licorice to look good, you want that licorice to taste good. We work for you. We take pride in what we're making and what we are offering. It is so important to me. I do thank KLM from the bottom of my heart. They believe you and your family is important.
At River's Edge Cabinetry, we believe your home should be a true reflection of you. Our expert team combines custom design, quality craftsmanship, and 3D visualizations to bring your vision to life. From kitchens and bathrooms to family rooms and outdoor kitchens, we handle every detail. Experience a seamless remodeling process with personalized service and attention to detail that you can trust. River's Edge Cabinetry, custom design for your lifestyle. Visit us in Perham or online at riversedgecabinetry.com.
Central Market, the fresh place in Perham and Detroit Lakes, offering the freshest meat, produce, bakery, and deli products possible with great value for your money. A visit to Central Market is a journey into freshness. You'll always be able to find a wide variety of items that will result in the perfect meal for your family and friends. Begin with their meat department, and whether it's succulent fruit and vegetables, fresh baked specialties from their bakery, or the convenience of fresh deli selections. Central Market is the fresh place for your family. Go Yellowjackets!
Well, welcome back in here to the Hive. You see the lights dimming down. We're getting ready to rock and roll here. Starting lineups happening. Announcer Bruce Perrine getting ready to go. It always brings a little bit more excitement when you can get that center circle all lit up. It feels like those home duels of the old times, and the stands are starting to pack out a little bit. Really fun atmosphere here right now for the Perham Yellowjackets.
Yeah, no doubt. It just kind of brings makes it a little more cozy in here, and you can hear the fans a little bit better. And I don't know what it is about the lights, but it just kind of gets you dialed in.
As long as they leave a couple for us up here, I shouldn't complain, but that's the way it goes. But again, I think there could be some really good matches here tonight, and again, it might be those matches that we didn't talk about. At 1:33, Bo Bush out tonight, so Weston Abdu steps in as an 8th grader, probably going to take on Drew Martin. Can you win that? Can you not give up bonus points? Again, I think that's where the Yellowjackets are set up pretty well right now, Jesse, as I don't think it ever gets off the rails too far in the fact that they've got a hammer staggered in every so many weights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a nice setup lineup, but just in talking, you like your chances, but at the same time, you got to see them get it done, because you don't want to muddy it up, because this is a good enough seasoned DGF team to make it interesting, and if you let it go to the end, you never know what happens.
Well, and no record has ever been not been able to be defeated by a headlock or some strange move, and that's what you want to stay out from the Yellow Jackets. I think those teams that really succeed down at the state tournament don't give up bonus points. They work to get their bonus points, but in the end, they always come up with an upset somewhere, and they always do the things that they need to from bottom of the lineup all the way to the top of the lineup.
Absolutely. That's what you need out of your team. It's what you want your young guys to have instilled in them. All those JV guys we talked about, they're sitting around the mat watching. They need to understand that's the expectation.
Right, and I think this one could be a barn burner. I really do think that going through this, I have the Jackets favored. I think there's just too many of the Jackets for what the lineup is. That being said, I have seen stranger things happen. and for the Yellow Jackets, I think you've got to continue to build off that momentum of going against Sauk Center. I think that was probably a really good thing for me to see. You kind of wonder, we talked about coming off the clash, 3 matches Friday, 3 matches Saturday, travel home Sunday. Here we are on Tuesday, and they came back and they looked fresh. If you want to give Coach Vetch credit for a lot of things, that's one that's pretty good. You thought maybe jet lag would set in.
Yeah, you just never know. I mean, at the end of the day, you're dealing with 7th graders to seniors. You don't know what you're going to get, but you can just prepare them the best that you can. And tonight they've showed so far that they're ready to rock. Hopefully they can bring it another duel.
Yeah, and I didn't see who won the flip. We kind of were working on stuff here. We'll see how that goes. You can't even tell. The coaches kind of huddle up who's presenting first, but it feels good right now. Halo Roth coming out for the Yellow Jackets. He was 7-10 before this last matchup that he had. Again, he's taking on Emmett Ketterling, and Ketterling is now 12-4 on the season. Right in strong by Halo Roth.
Yeah, it was a really nice misdirection shot initially. He stuck with it, got into his leg, and got the big finish there. I really like what I see out of Halo right out of the whistle here.
A lot of energy, a lot of confidence, and again, he's not afraid of getting into his offense. Roth Ketterling brought to you by Perham Health and United Community Bank.
Yeah, Roth really likes that shot from space. He does a good job with a little jab step that's very subtle, but it's enough to freeze Ketterling a little bit. We'll see if he can come back to that later on here.
Again, it looks like Ketterling's trying to tie up arms, staying on that elbow, Jesse, trying to get him to maybe not get that shot. There's a nice double.
Yeah, he's in there. He's got to step up hard with. He's going 2 arms to the single leg, running to it, doing a good job. We'll see if he can just sit him down on his butt here and get a takedown. He's switching over to a double. A lot of weight getting put on Halo's lower back right now, but he's got to keep wrestling here.
Edge of the match, Ketterling doing a nice job, but Halo comes back and they're off the mat, and probably lucky for Roth right there, knowing where he was at, but Ketterling looked like in a good spot to score.
Yeah, I think big key for Halo is when he gets in there, he's got to snap right to that finish right away. His attacks have been really good. He's timing out some steps here, but the way Ketterling's tying up here, you just wonder if he's looking for something big.
Impressed with his quickness, Jesse, trying to get to that low ankle shot, not just mid, but also has that opportunity to be strong enough to do a little blast double there. So nice job by Roth. Under 20 seconds here, he leads 3-1. Probably a big section matchup here as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Halo doing a good job keeping his back to the center. Snap to a reshot, but you can see the physicality is there from Ketterling. So
match is wrapped up a little bit already at 107.
This would be a big takedown, but Halo kind of got flattened out here. He's got to keep wrestling a little bit. Saved by the bell.
Well, and if you're Rebel fans, you got to think there were 2 opportunities for Ketterling to score there. Roth came out like he was shot out of a rocket. Let's see if he can continue that pace. That might be something else to watch as we go.
I believe Roth took neutral after a Ketterling defer. I'm sure they looked at that first match, saw that crossface cradle, and just said, you know what, I think we should avoid that for now. hopefully Halo can continue to be offensive here.
Well, and I think hopefully Halo continues to be, again, as aggressive as he's been. It's been where he's gotten caught, so you don't want him to be hesitant because you just see enough physicality out of Ketterling that you know if you don't go wholehearted in a shot, he's going to get to you.
Looks like it's getting a little chippy as we go off the edge of the mat. Gotta love that. It means something to both these guys. Halo trying for a knee tap here with an underhook. He's got to be a little careful pressuring in there.
There's a pretty good snap there by Ketterling. Almost got Roth off balance. You're going to see he's probably going to try to bounce him a little bit, maybe get to an ankle himself.
It's been a lot of action so far. Roth getting to those high thighs, but if he can get to the knees, looks like an inside trip attempt there by Ketterling. He's going to get a three-point takedown. That was a nice double overhook trip. Ended up with a boot in here.
Baited Roth into that one, I dare to say, Jesse, a little bit. You could see now putting some real pressure here on Roth. He's got him pretty stretched out.
Yep, Halo doing a good job. He's got a single arm. That's a big escape. Big escape here with 30 seconds left in the second, and he's right in on an attack again.
And you got to love that. He didn't wait a second. He just got right back in on it. Again, Ketterling, though, looks maybe a little too strong right now.
Yeah, I think Roth maybe being a hair too aggressive in that moment. A little bit of a shrug there, and Ketterling just kind of felt it.
And again, it's an emotional sport, and sometimes the emotions get the best of you. It looks like a ride-out's going to happen here. And again, 7-4, Ketterling and both. Here it is, Jesse. It feels like section tournament time. Both groups of wrestlers, both teams on their feet, cheering on their wrestler. Ketterling goes down here. Would be huge to go up 8-4 at this point.
Yeah, Roth got to be a little careful, staying behind the arms here. We'll see if he can get to something on top here. Good job with the breakdown, trying to roll a wrist under. We'll see how long Coach Vetch wants him to stay on top.
Yeah, we talk about that. Usually seems like that minute mark is kind of, if it hasn't happened by then, it's time to cut and cut bait and try to get yourself into a good position. We talked about this early. These are a couple big matches to start this. If nothing else, just for momentum. And we've seen momentum in other sports carry a team. And right now, Roth doing a nice job of riding. But Ketterling's just doing a good job staying active enough not to get it. And there's the escape as I think coaches said cut him.
Yeah, Halo's going to have to unleash some offense here. Going forward's never been the problem, but he can't be too reckless here. He's got to set something up. There's plenty of time to get to one of your attacks. You're going to need a couple unless you get near fall on the way down.
Well, we've seen, Jesse, as well, that sometimes that over-aggressiveness comes back to haunt you. And not that we don't want Halo to win, but you don't want to give up more points than the 3 here as well. As another takedown happens, now you're 1 point away from not only giving up 3, you give up 4 in that major decision.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they haven't decided to cut here. That maybe they will after the blood timeout, just to go after that. But good job by Ketterling staying in good position and ultimately just forcing Halo into some attacks, and he had to get into them. But again, it's wrestling. Anything can happen in the last 30 seconds.
Well, and I think reading by Ketterling that Roth is aggressive and he's going to come after me. Get ready for that. He made some adjustments after period number 1 where Halo was really in control. The scoreboard didn't show, but he was the guy on the shots. He was doing kind of driving the bus, and then Ketterling made a little adjustment there, caught him on a couple things, as you had said, on that over-aggressiveness. So, again, I'd be curious to see, do they think he can turn Roth here, or do you cut him and try to get that bonus point, because that could be huge.
Ooh, a little hip over by Roth. This could be interesting, but Ketterling doing a really good job of just bellying out here. It's going to be 11-6 with 15 seconds left. Halo cuts him loose.
12-6, under 13 right now.
And now, I mean, with the 4-point near fall and the 3-point takedown, technically we're still in reach here. So throw attempt by Roth. He had to do it, but he's got to be careful here. He's got to fight in the last few seconds and not give up the extra point. That is tight. I think we can be fortunate the ref wasn't in position because that was tight.
And again, that's that major decision, and that's what we talked about, Jesse, is you definitely don't want to give that up. That extra point might come back to haunt you.
Yep, it's big. I mean, you want to go get a big match for your team, but you got to find a way to save those team points.
Jackson Pasternak going up to 114. They kind of made the decision there, I think, to see they thought maybe Roth matched up well, maybe a little better with Ketterling. Not quite sure. Pasternak now bumps up to go to 114. Paxton Pickett, I believe, is who they announced. I didn't quite catch that. There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts going on here tonight. Again, we talked about momentum and how important it might play as a role tonight, Jesse. That has to be a big shot in the arm for the Rebels.
Absolutely, and if you're the Yellow Jackets, you just got to get right back on track, figure out the next best thing. Really nice goal behind here by Pasternak. He's got to get him down. Tough one.
Again, Pasternak, he came out really, really strong in that opening match, just like this. Constant offense, and again, it looks like he's in deep. That ankle's got to get, and there's the 3.
Yeah, really nice shot by Pasternak there. Last match, he showed great technique and kind of a high-flying affair with the Sauk Centre-Melrose defenders, but he settled in, ultimately got a really good fall. But look for Pazzi here to just continue to go to work, keep that good technique, see what happens.
Pasternak, Pickett at 114, brought to you by Kalen Family Brands and EOT Insurance. I don't know, I feel like I've wrestled the match up here, Jesse. It's a little warm up here, and again, a lot of energy by those young men in that last match, and again, for the Yellow Jackets, I think those are the learning things. I think if this was Section 8 AA championship time, you want Halo Roth to be in those spots, so now he's ready to rock and roll as Pasternak takes a 3-0 lead.
Well, and any young wrestler, there's nobody who stepped in and just dominated. I mean, you could talk to Tegan Detloff about his 7th, 8th grade years. I mean, it was a learning trial for anybody. I mean, we've all been there. You're on a varsity stage. It's different, and you learn baptism by fire sometimes, and ultimately it pays off.
Well, it's his opening match, and under the lights, and the lights turn on. Everything changes a little bit in that dynamic. Pasternak really working well now.
Buried an arm bar. Look, he does a good job of staying on top. He should get 4, and he does, to go up 7-0 at the end of the first period.
Pasternak's choice. He wants to go both up, and why not? I mean, he has been someone who has just got after it here on the offensive end, and I think he thinks he has Pickett's number. That being said, be careful. We saw what over-aggressiveness did in the opening 107-pound match, but nice takedown there for Pasternak.
Yeah, right to a snap-down, go behind. He's going to get right to work here, looking maybe cross-face cradle. I wouldn't mind seeing him go back to that same arm like he's doing, trying to pull that arm back. I know Coach Phil Mekadek used to teach us, whatever arm you start on, that's the arm you stay on, because it takes a lot out of that arm once you get turned over a couple times. So good to see he's going back to that side. Nice little sit there to sit him over, and that was tight for a minute, but he should get his 4 here. Hopefully he can settle in for the 6. Pickett doing a good job rolling through that. It's a different move, so he's going to get the 4 near fall to be up 14-0 in the Merkel position. So this should be new back points if he does get exposed here.
Just been impressed. Pasternak's in constant motion, and from last year to this year, watching him wrestle, what an improvement, and he's just doing a super job right now. Looking ahead at 121, it looks like there may have been a couple wrestlers that weighed in at 121 for the Rebels. It'll be interesting to see what those matchups are, and if we see a little twist here to see if they can, those coaches have been working those points, knowing exactly where they've got to get them from.
Yeah, here Pazernik is back to that same arm. He's working that over, taking his time. Pickett's done a nice job coming off his back, but Pazernik readjusts, and this could be tight if he gets settled in here. Pickett, really tough guy to pin. I mean, you got to give him credit for how many times he's come off his back. But ultimately, it'll be a tech fall for Jackson Pazernik.
Yeah, what a rebound there for the Yellow Jackets, Jesse, as Pazernik, they really needed those points as you're coming into some tough hombres here.
Well, they are going to send Coulson.
Beckham Bunkowski for the Yellow Jackets. Caleb Coulson, rated number 1 in Class AA, was a state runner-up last year. Runner-up at the Rumble of the Red on the Red this past weekend. That says a lot there in a short amount of time. That being said, we could rewind back to the section finals, and Beckham Bunkowski wrestled really well against him last year.
Yeah, it was a big match for Beckham. He came out, only gave up a major decision, or was it a regular decision?
Yeah, and I think it was regular, and they were expecting a pin, and that you just felt the air kind of leave the stadium that night with Beckham doing that, and it really shot up his confidence. But that being said, you're wrestling a good wrestler right now.
For sure, and when you're in these duels, I mean, Coulson's been around long enough to know what the team needs out of him, and they're leaning on him as a senior leader, and Beckham doing a good job so far, staying in good position, continuing to move. Beckham's length has always caused a little bit of an issue, especially in that match last year for Coulson, but really good job, just working hard here. You're up against the giant right now, but Beckham's not going to back down from anybody.
Boy, savvy by Coulson there. He actually made Beckham stay on the mat. Now he re-entered in here and is going to score some points as he gets going. Again, Bunkowski, Coulson, brought to you by Nias Family Sales, Lakes Ace Hardware.
It's been some awesome edge wrestling tonight. Coulson's going to get a 2-swipe there. Again, just enough to stay on. Just reminds me of the college wrestling that we're seeing these days, of just barely keeping a toe in, and it's just masterful stuff.
The body awareness, Jesse, is so impressive by Coulson, and you can see just the number of matches he's wrestled. He knows exactly where he's at. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's been in so many positions. Nothing phases him. So again, that being said, 8-1, Beckham's done a nice job of squaring him up, and I think if he can continue to do that, this bodes well for the Yellow Jackets. There you see the strength of Coulson.
Yeah, absolutely, and in this situation, if you're Beckham, you got nothing to lose here. You got to go out and fight and continue to get better, and I mean, this is a familiar foe for you, and you just want to see, can you close the gap as we move forward here?
Well, we talked about the Yellow Jackets, the clash, the work they put in. Coulson had no easy weekend either. Getting to the finals at the Rumble on the Red, facing wrestlers from across the nation, you wonder how fresh his body is right now as well. You got to hand it to these kids. They not only came back on a Sunday, whatever, go back to school on a Monday, and here you are again in a triangular. So again, making men is what the sport is all about, and this is part of it, is weathering this storm.
Yeah, really nice sequence there by Beckham, getting to his underhook, kind of a knee tap situation. Coulson in on a deep high crotch here. He does such a good job of keeping those hips tight. You just have no little option there. Beckham doing a good job. He passes an ankle here. He's got to continue to get the high head. Whoever has the high head here usually is the winner, but arms and legs going all over the place.
Ankle pass for ankle pass there, and Cosin, I think just with his veteran savvy, ends up on top 11-1. Again, nice job by, I would consider anything. Oh, here.
That's a
two swipe.
It looked like he's holding two there. He's got a deep arm bar.
He's looking for more right now.
That's tight, but Beckham's continuing. Again, his length is kind of saving him here, and he comes all the way from an arm bar to your feet. I don't know if I've seen that before, but
15-2. I was going to say anything under the tech fall. I really thought Cosin was trying to get that pin, but a tech fall, so saving that point back for Bunkowski. But DGF crawls back up on our Hilltop Lumber scoreboard, 9-5, as we head into 127 pounds. Dresden Wegscheid coming out for the Yellow Jackets. Jacob Schmitz coming out for the Rebels as we get rolling here. Dresden Wegscheid 12-11 on the season now, was rated 10th in the state of Minnesota. Jacob Schmitz, a senior, 2-2 coming into tonight. Dres with the quick takedown and the escape, 3-1.
Yeah, Dres coming out offensive. Continuing to get to his single leg, working to a double, climbs up really nice. Yeah, he's done this all night. He continues to score points, stay active. Looks like he wants a little bit more here.
And again, the length of Dresden Wegscheid has caused a lot of wrestlers some fit. There's a headlock and a re-headlock, and then back to Dres finding his way on top. Maybe not the classic wrestling you want to have happen right there, but it worked out for him.
Yeah, kind of a hammer lock. He just ran it over instead of putting it on his back. This is going to be tight, and there's the fall. Really nice job by Dresden going out there, getting the job done for the team.
That might be our horseman pin for the win as we get going, because that kind of turned the tide back to the Yellow Jackets here. Weston Abdu for the Yellow Jackets. Drew Martin for the Rebels. Martin 8-6 on the year. We believe Abdu, that was his first match. I can't be certain on that, so I apologize for not knowing that. But if it is, wrestled really well in the first match. It would be 0-1 on the season. These are the type of matches we talked about earlier, Jesse. It might not be the highlight matches that at the end of the day punch the ticket for one of these two teams here. It might be matches like this one.
Well, it just means depth for your team. I mean, every team is looking for those alternates who need to step in case you got to bump a weight class, and having youth and quality alternates is huge for any program. And just good experience for Abdu tonight. He's up against a quality opponent here, but again, he was the one who took the first shot. I like him being aggressive like he was in the last match. He's just continuing to learn at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I think his length scares a lot of people, and not knowing is another thing. You come in and you're expecting this opponent, and now this opponent shows up. Really changes the dynamic for some of these kids. So again, both of these wrestlers we're just tying up right now. Look for that good shot here by one of the two wrestlers. Both heavy on the head. Look for one maybe to drop down.
Yeah, it just takes one to make the first true commitment. Weston here, he likes to pressure forward. Really likes to force his opponents into those inadequate shots. There he's into a little bit of a sweep single from distance, but he didn't recover here. Martin did a good job hopping right into a head in the hole front headlock situation. He's going to get the 3-point takedown.
Dresden Wegscheid's pin was brought to you by Hanson's Plumbing and Heating and Marco. This match at 133 pounds between Abdu and Martin is brought to you by McCall Construction and New Horizons Realty, who brought us our matchups of the game. Again, you talked about it early. Some of the youth we talk about, shots come from distance. Distance in their shots, if it's not fully committed, usually is a recipe for disaster for these guys. It kind of got to Abdu a little bit there. Let's see if he can get off the bottom and work his way into his type of scoring opportunity.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep his elbows in and his hands forward because this DGF team loves arm bars. We talked about it earlier in the night, and that's going to be a message all the way up to the top is if your elbow goes back or your hands are tight, they're going to be pulling it in and trying to run a bar. But good job by Abdu coming to his feet here. We'll see if he can get to an attack.
Yeah, excellent. Worked up to his base, freed his hands, got out of there. Again, nice job. 3-1 is the score. Minute 24 remaining on your Hilltop Lumber scoreboard tonight. Again, you sense a little bit, not that Abdu, you sense a little bit Martin's picking up some confidence. As he's starting to push the action now, we see Abdu kind of circling the mat on the outside a little bit more than we did before. That being said, when you have your opponent feeling that way, it might be a good time for a shot by Abdu.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'd just like to see Abdu stay in there. I think if he were to get backed off the mat, he might be looking at a stalling call here. But, you know, keeping his back to the center right now, it's where you want to be.
Yeah, you don't realize how important circling is. It really does buy you some time and some favor from the official if you stay towards the middle to the center of the mat and you're able to circle and get back to the middle. I think it buys you a couple stall calls that may or may not happen if you are always backing off the mat.
Absolutely, and perception is everything, and then if you can show the fans that you're staying in there, the fans might help you out a little bit too, and that's what makes wrestling a cool environment.
Yep, it's kind of the calm before the storm right now as it's got pretty quiet in here. Now the last 10 seconds kind of strikes the match for these two wrestlers as they go at each other, but I think we'll go 3-1 in favor of Martin going into the third period, both up again. So, again, I think the length of Abdu keeps you out of that down position and taking that free point if you can get the escape.
Yeah, I think Martin too is looking to just kind of put the pressure on here, force Abdu into a shot he might not want to take, but you never know here. It's a 3-1 match in the third period. Anything can happen. Kind of a half shot by Abdu there. This is the position that Martin scored in the first period, kind of that head in the hole. Abdu holding on tough here, but looks like Martin trying to get to a
they gave him
inside
the three
cradle. He might have it hooked. I'm not sure. I don't think he does.
And again, you talked about it, that half shot, Jesse, not committed. That's really what they were trying to bait Abdu into.
Yeah, and I think he might have that.
It's so hard to tell from here
tell.
and the dark part of the mat, difficult to see.
Come to your feet here. You might get into escape if you can pop your head. That should be one. Or not.
I don't think he awarded it.
Or
not. He did not.
Not?
I think Abdu even thought that he was being awarded that.
Clear himself a little more.
Again, trying to trap that arm, just like you said, Jesse, and you got to be careful here.
This is not where you want to be. That Abdu's got long arms, and you can see it's almost touching his other elbow. Hammerlock position. This is not where you want to be here with 35 seconds left in the third period. He's got to get tough.
Again, there's got to be strength in that length because not being able to be rolled over as of yet, but 20 seconds is a long time, putting a lot of pressure.
He's got it locked here. He's going to try to take him one of two ways. He might try to step over and take him one way, or Abdu doing a pretty good job of hanging in here.
He's gonna withstand the punch.
Yep.
6-1.
Don't go now.
Yeah. Oh man, he worked a long time. That would have nice job by Abdu holding on there. Martin with a 6-1 win. we feel like we're on a teeter-totter. DGF Rebels back up on top, 12-11, kind of how we thought maybe this early part would go. Peyton Trout on the mat for the Yellowjackets. Again, we talked about always seemingly finding his way against a quality opponent. He gets one, Mr. Jacob Lubke, a senior, 19-2, number 6 in the state at AA. Finished third at the Rumble. Also just signed to wrestle for Concordia of Moorhead. So again, tall order here for Peyton Trout, but we've seen him do it before.
Yeah, I think Trout's got to weather the storm here a little bit. He fought off that last shot. One thing Lubke does really well from the top position is he keeps his hips so tight. There's a nice little boot scoot attempt, but Trout's in okay position here. I think ultimately we're still going here kind of in the split position. Trout scooting, he might come out here.
Lubke gets control at ankle, and then that was game over there for Peyton Trout, but what a fight there by him, and those are the little things that build you confidence as well. Again, Lubke shows his quickness, his strength, and again, being a senior.
Absolutely, and in this top position, I'm not sure how long he'll stay in that top position, if he'll try to get one more or not, but he does such a good job with his tight hips and just not allowing the bottom wrestler to get anywhere. You know, last match we saw him really go to that cross wrist series. You can see he's going to try to tilt and pull arms underneath and just continue to put pressure. That deep waist that is holding Trout down, but Trout doing a good job maintaining his base, continue to keep his head up, fighting hands, keep in position. But there you can see the tight hips. Any way you move, he's got kind of a tilt to get some cheap back points. But Trout working hard down there.
Again, when you hear the mental toughness of wrestlers that's on stage right now, is a lot of us, including myself, will give up. Here's a tilt. Again, Trout fighting it. One swipe only. Nice work by Trout, rolling through that. We're almost to the end of the first period.
Yeah, really good job there fighting till the end.
Looks like it's Trout's choice. He defers. Not surprised. Lubke chooses neutral. 6-1 lead for him. 12-11 lead on our Hilltop Lumber scoreboard. We'll have a post-game wrap-up brought to you by KLN after this is all said and done. There's notes written all over the place here, so we'll have to go through some things. We have our post-match, like I said. The move of the match, the wrestler of the match, pin. We'll talk about all those things at the end. And again, Lubke in on another takedown, makes it 9-1. Secured so far the major decision.
Yeah, that was a good misdirection. Little fake one way, go the other, and get Peyton Trout stepping a little bit. But Lubke's got a really good feel. Good shot by Trout. We'll see if he can continue to work up from there. Lubke reaching underneath, looking to tie up legs. Might take a big step here and put a lot of pressure on Peyton Trout, and he'll get another 3-point takedown.
Just puts so much pressure on that shoulder. You just got to give in. And again, you just see the power of Lubke. He kind of just mans his way to where he wants to go. Trout doing a nice job, though, in on a nice shot. Kind of staved off some opportunities for Lubke to just be up by 10 at this point in the match.
Yeah, Lubke doing a good job with that cross wrist. Continuing to look for a crossface cradle here. He's not normally your stature of wrestler who's a cradler, but with that strength, you never know. Good job by Peyton Trout. Good switch off the whistle, getting to your feet. 20 seconds left here in the second period. We're in over-unders. You never know, make something happen here.
Again, you just see Lubke just sometimes he's the one pushing Trout off the mat, which has changed from the olden days where you can actually get the stall call. Again, nice, and then he switches up to a low ankle.
He's tough. A lot of different attacks, all levels. I mean, you go from having an over and under pushing you off the mat to a low ankle pick, and just.
Well, he set that up as he went, like he was going over under again, and as Peyton went up, he went to low ankle, and before you know it, it's 3 more points. So 15-3, start of the third. Trout doing a nice job here for the Yellow Jackets. Again, I think any point you can save at this moment is a good point, and might be huge at the end of this thing. So
Trout trying to maybe get a cradle look there, but ended ultimately getting a little too high. Good job by the in and out motion, back to a shot, and this is going to do it here.
And there it is, 19-3. Adds 4 more on to the Hilltop Lumber scoreboard, 17-11, going to 145 pounds. I think there's some cat and mouse games going. Zane Wacker coming out, a sophomore, 3-9 on the season for the Yellow Jackets. And I didn't hear who he was.
Colton Nelson.
Colton Nelson was 0-0 coming in this, and Zane Wacker right to work on a takedown. Again, all of these matches are I think the crucial ones as we head to the bottom half of the lineup.
Yeah, Zane with a good job going behind there, putting the boots in right away. You can see him going to work on some power half type stuff, see if he can pull a bar back. He's got an arm behind. See if he can take his time and get to one of his turns here. Good job flattening him back out, grabbing the wrist on the way by. See if he can run that right over his ear. Putting a lot of pressure on here.
Good job by Nelson so far. He settles back up to his base, at least gets to his haunches, and again, Wacker just won't let go of that arm. So good job, almost the death grip there in by Zane Wacker.
35 seconds left here in the first period. Zane with another good breakdown, putting a good ride on. See if he can tuck a wrist under again and get to one of his turns.
Again, it's always nice, like you said, we call Iowa ride here, trap that ankle, elevate a little bit. It also puts even more leverage on the shoulders of your opponent as your weight goes forward as well. So, again, nice work by Wacker. It looks like he's going to be up 3-0. Again, you'd hope for a little bit more. He's had some good offensive flurries here, just kind of stalemated out as we got to the end of that first period.
Yeah, nonetheless, he put on a good ride and hopefully took something out of the gas tank there.
Exactly. Colton Nelson, again, you don't know if he's back from injury, what's happening, so to speak. But anyways, was 0-0 coming on, and now he takes kind of the quick shot and met nicely by Wacker. 6-0 Zane, and then he gives up the escape, 6-1.
I think that's a good choice by Zane, going back to his feet, just putting the pressure on. See, there's a first stall call going right off the back of the mat, or the edge of the mat there, but there's kind of a quick shot off the whistle. Getting to the ankle, that's always a tough spot.
Yeah, tough spot for Zane when you get that leg trapped underneath.
And he gave him the 3. Zane must have put a leg in on the opposite side, but kind of surprised by that.
Like that call, stalemate. Let's get moving again here. We spent a lot of time in the first period in that position, and now Zane cuts him free. If
I'm Zane, I'm putting constant pressure forward, forcing him into a shot, Continue just like he's doing. Force him into a shot. Get that goal behind like you've been doing this match so far. There you go, a nice knee pick. He's got the legs split there. See if he can hip over and get some quick points. He's pulling a bar back. He's on the edge of the mat. He's going to have to either circle him on or just post that to the ground. This is a tough look, but Zane might be going to say he's not quite strong enough to just turn that chin all the way back onto the mat. But
a lot of time left here with 30 seconds left. Arm free now, so we're kind of back into some of the stuff we were in the first period. But nice job by Zane Wacker coming in at a spot where the Yellow Jackets kind of needed it right now, and you knew this was a spot in the lineup for the Rebels that they were a little less experienced than they were in some of the other places. So
absolutely. I'd like to see, all the guys who have stepped in for the Jackets tonight have been relatively aggressive, and it just goes to show that's kind of the culture that they're building up in that room.
Little update from the just down the road at Frazee High School. The Perham boys basketball team is in action. They are currently winning 53-35 with 5 minutes to go in the second half. And we head into period number 3. Major decision in hand here for Wacker, but my guess is he's wanting a lot more than that. And again, if he continues to do what he's been doing, I think he's going to be in good shape, as there's the escape for Nelson, making it 12-3.
Yeah, I think 6 points and tying this match right now is just what the Yellow Jackets want to order here, but Zane's got some work to do. There's another stall call for Nelson backing off the mat. There's a quick takedown for Zane. He's going to go up 16-3. You can hear Coach Nagel over on the bench saying it's got to be tight if you turn him, because we got to get a pin here, otherwise it's a tech if you get him turned. But I'm going to guess they're going to go here for another 15 seconds or so before they tell him to go on their feet and try to get that last one.
Well, and not that I know all, but you look at the lineup here, Jesse, I really think the Yellow Jackets are favored in almost every match throughout now. But again, nice cradle in here by Wacker.
Yeah, this is where you got to have it here. He's got to work his way tight, and there it broke. But good job by Zane Wacker stepping in and getting bonus points for the Jackets.
We'll head into 152. It'll be interesting. I imagine Royko might be bumping up here, but we will see.
52 pounds from DGF and Perham Yellowjackets.
Brody Wacker coming in. So we get Wacker. The Wacker brothers going back-to-back here. Brody Wacker, also a sophomore, 5-13, had a really good match here in our last bout.
Yeah, just really good. You could consider it an upset win, but he built that lead. He ultimately held on and hit a big move at the end to secure things, but it's good to see Brody wrestle aggressive and with confidence.
I was just going to say that, Jesse. I liked his energy in that, and he comes out here kind of the same way. He'll be wrestling Ben Thureen, a senior, 11-8 on the season. This match brought to you by the Perham Chamber of Commerce and Central Market. I apologize at 1:45 to the Perham Area Community Center and OK Tire, as I missed them as I did on 1:39 with Jack Shivers Realty and Hammers Construction. Got a little carried away thinking about all the matchups here and the fun that's been had. 17-16, can't get any tighter on the scoreboard than it is right now. Again, I would say this is a toss-up match. I would say the Yellow Jackets are favored probably throughout most of the night, depending on how they play this out. But again, each and every one of these are really, really key to section implications and just where you're standing as a team, and both of these wrestlers go off the mat. Thureen maybe got the better of that one as Wacker went down almost head first. Luckily, he's still on the mat.
Yeah, it's tough to throw that forward from the overhook side, but it's interesting. It feels so good to hang in that over-under tie, but it's pretty dangerous if you're not careful. And I'd like to see Brody kind of get some head position here, get his head down, get into his ties where he's going to score. We saw a good fireman's carry last match, which I think is ultimately where he wants to get to, but Thureen kind of saw that coming, but Brody's he still has the overhook, but I'm surprised that's not a 3. There's the 3-point takedown for Thureen. And
I was going to say, I've seen lesser takedowns be takedowns tonight, but again, it's angle of the official and so forth. But nice job by Brody. Now Thureen's really going to work on top here, but only 2 seconds remaining. Again, we highlighted Ben Thureen, a senior, 11-8. Brody Wacker came into tonight, 5-13, a sophomore. And again, I probably saw the best I've seen him wrestle so far this year, and that's just a great sign for Coach Vetch and his staff to kind of solidify these middle weights as they move forward.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw Thureen and that Kristen from Sauk Centre-Melrose wrestle a really tight match to the very end, with Kristen getting that late fall, but Brody in that fireman situation, he didn't quite get there. He's got to arm spin his way out of there, or he's going to be in that similar position as Thureen scored again. I think the official did a good job there not awarding that too quickly. It's easy for me to say that when it doesn't go against the Jackets, but from my view, I'm in favor of that call.
Well, and you saw the officials, like you said, they took their time. A lot of times it gets called early, and then that position changes really quickly, and then it's like, darn, we shouldn't have made that call. So, again, the patience. I don't think DGF coaches are going to fight for their kids. I don't think they were overly upset by not getting the call. Obviously, they would have liked to have gotten that, but again, Thureen doing a good job kind of dictating the pace of this match right now, Jesse. And if you're Brody Wacker, you're going to have to find your pace again to drive this match a little bit.
Yeah, there was a nice high crotch, but Brody's got to keep working here. He's going to step up. If he can run the pipe on the edge, not quite. Thureen doing a good job getting his hips over. Just some really good mat wrestling. I'll continue on the edge tonight. It's been good on both sides.
Yeah. And I'm always so curious with the 1 point of contact in. Like there, it seemed like there were a lot of points of contact in, but it must have been a good time for that to break, as it seemed like some good action happening there.
Yeah, it's tough, too, when it's always on. It always happens on the skinny part of the mat compared to the.
Right, you're right onto the. You want to be safety over letting them wrestle. It's a hard gym floor underneath that mat.
Nice duck under by Thureen, but Wacker does a front roll into his own shot here. Now he's got an opportunity to come out the back here, see if he can take one big step. He's going to try to take it to his side. No points. Holy smokes.
Oh, man.
That was wild.
There has been more action in a 3-0 score than a lot of these matches tonight. And at some time, it's kind of like the bubble gum in the dam. The dam's going to break at some time. Somebody's going to score in this one as we keep going here.
Yeah, I think you can see why Brody Wacker usually averages a lot of points in his match, because he's flying around a lot. Really good switch off the whistle, but he's got to keep going. I'd love that trail official to be a little closer to see if that was a clasp or not, but Brody's got to continue working here. He's got to get an escape.
Now Thureen putting a lot of pressure on those arms. And again, just stretching Wacker out to a point where he doesn't have power. Now Brody gains his arm back, but he can't be giving it. He gave it right back to Thureen. Thureen trying to roll it up over the top, now hooking a leg.
Thureen doing a good job working side to side, too. He's not riding parallel to avoid that stalling call, but Brody's got to force some action here. There he comes to his base, looking for a roll. You never know. Switches his hips. He gets to his feet here, and we're right where we've been all night in the over-under tie.
And again, good job by Brody, not just firing in a wild shot after that, which you have a tendency to do after you've worked so hard to get out. Now you're putting some pressure on Thureen, thinking about what shot is going to be taken.
Yep, he's got to pick up the pace here a little bit as far as action, just to show the official he's working. I don't think stalling calls are going to be a play here in the last 35 seconds of the third period.
And Thureen just with that over waiting.
Ooh, there's a deep shot. See if Brody can step up. He's got to turn himself. He switches to a double. One lift here. He's going to stay on. Oh, man.
And that's where I was wondering down here. Same thing there. It looked like he had it. Again, Thureen looked like with that overhook, Jesse, he was baiting him into taking that shot, push the head down and snap around. But Wacker just showed his strength right there.
Yep, he's got to continue working down here. 15 seconds. He's got to make a flurry, go one way. There he's to a leg again. This is the same spot. Now he's in the middle, running the pipe. He's going to get three. He's going to get three right there at the buzzer. Brody Wacker with a big win for the Jackets.
Wow, that was back-to-back with Brody Wacker. And again, outstanding work by Brody Wacker, just not giving up, Jesse, right to the final buzzer.
Yeah, I think you said it best, though. When he got that escape, he didn't panic and just dive under there. He got to 2 quality attacks and ultimately finished.
Carson Zeise coming out for the Yellow Jackets. This match brought to you by Hilltop Lumber and Lakes Community Cooperative. I'd like to thank them. Going against Xander Deutsch, a junior, 9-4 on the season. Deutsch with the early takedown. And you mentioned it early, Jess, his power and how he's compacted is going to make it pretty tough to wrestle because he's one strong hombre.
Yeah, I mean, earlier I saw him shoot how many of those double legs and just kind of went, whoa. And just seeing him at this weight class and then ultimately doing it against a quality opponent like Carson, he's legit. So.
And again, we're early off into this thing. Zeise, he's not gonna get outworked. And again, this is the fun part. Coming off Brody Wacker's match, I just got to go back to it for a second. I know we should do on this and. There he is again. Wow. Not only strength but quickness, but Brody Wacker, wow. You've had a night, my friend, and I hope you enjoy it. But so has Xander Deutsch so far into tonight. Jesse might be the surprise wrestler in my eyes, and not knowing where we're coming, and we're a long ways away from this this being over by any means with Carson Zeise. But boy, does Xander Deutsch look confident in what he wants to do right now.
No doubt. Carson's just got to settle in here, get to where he wants to be, and ultimately just weather this first period storm a little bit. Early stall call, which, I mean, Xander Deutsch has provided all the offense so far, but there's Carson's into a leg. He's got to continue to work toward it.
It's like running into a fence post. I mean, he literally ran into him and just stopped, and here's Deutsch again.
Yeah, he hit that duck under again, and now he's getting some near fall. I think there was only one swipe, but you can just see the power that he brings to a match. It's crazy.
Well, in 3 seconds to go, I think might have caught Zeise off balance just a little bit with his aggressiveness, but look what it has done. And now if this goes this way, Jesse, how big is Brody Wacker's match?
Huge.
Huge. I mean, if they would have went back-to-back and all of a sudden they're up, now you're putting pressure on some of your upper weights going, you have to win and you have to get bonus points. And you know as well as I do, when you have to get something, it gets a whole lot tougher.
For sure. And, if you're Carson in this situation, you just got to get to where you need to be here. One takedown for you puts it to a one takedown match. So we're far from there. You can see good flurry of action here. Carson's going to continue to circle, doing a better job with his hips. Deutsch exerting a lot of energy, but Carson doing a really nice job running behind there. That's just what we were talking about. You know, use his aggressiveness against him, stay the course. We're now within a 3-point match here.
And sometimes you wonder, do you weather the storm? Did you weather, did he come out with everything he had and now you just had to weather the storm? 3-point takedowns changes this. It's almost like the 3-point shot in basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Changes the whole dynamic of what's happening. Speaking of basketball, final from down the road, Yellow Jacket boys win 67-42 over the Frazee Hornets.
It's always good to win that one.
It sure is. Hilltop Lumber and Lakes Community Cooperative bringing you this fine match at 160 pounds.
Well, you can see my notes. I have a bracket around 160 to 285 because it just, something told me that there was going to be some good matches in there. Looks like Carson's doing a good job. He himself puts a great amount of pressure on the top position. And I think ultimately he feels okay finishing this period on top, knowing he's draining a lot of energy. So look for him to put a good ride on here. Going into the third period, I believe, with choice, knowing you got to go get a takedown to win this match.
Look at Zize just go to work like you said. There's not a harder worker, and he's just putting constant pressure right now. And again, if you don't give up that 1 point to make it a 4-point lead right here, you're sitting in a pretty good spot, and you've weathered a heavyweight punch to start this thing.
Under 10 seconds here. Zize content to just continue to put the pressure on. Unless it is Deutsch's choice, I'm not sure.
And I'm not so sure he wants to go down, does he? After
they're telling him, go, you're going down.
Get a deep breath. Looks like he's
going to cut him right away. I think he chose down, but Zize gave him an escape, I believe.
Oh. Now we've got both coaches. Coming out. I'm not sure. I think we're still trying to figure this out.
From what I understand, he chose down. Carson went both up, and I think the ref just saw neutral.
Right, and the score at the score, now they got it 10-6. That score, this is a smart move. This is a heated part of the match right now, a big match. We're going, and the official just calmed it down by walking over to the scores table, getting it straight. Now cooler heads prevail, and we let these two young men battle it out, and what a fun one they provided so far.
The only unfortunate part about all that is it gave Xander Deutsch about a 30-second breather.
Exactly, and sometimes that's all you need to catch that second win. Again, Zize looks like more confident on his attack right now.
There's a good sweep single. He's coming up. Good spot to finish. I'd almost say go again right away, sir.
And that's what Coach Vetch comes out and says, you've taken him down how many times now, Carson?
Force him into a shot here. You don't have to be overly aggressive. He's being really aggressive here. But I think if you pressure in really well, there's another good attack. That's 3 attacks on the edge here. See if he can. We're still working. He's got to climb. He's got to climb. He's in a pretty good spot if he can pop his head out. There, he's over the top. That should be 3 right there. Nice job, Carson.
There it is. And again, we talked about the battler that is Carson Zize, and he's just not out of it just because of his work ethic and how hard he worked. And he was just relentless on that attack. And again, it looks like Zoe might have ran out of gas a little bit, Jesse. And I think he went up as hard as he could in that first. And Carson weathered that storm, and nice job. Now with a 12-11 lead, but wow.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds here. The one thing you got to think about if you're Carson, you do have a stalling call. So if there is a quick escape, if there is something, we have to stand in there. You got to be careful if he comes to his feet. just not to get that stalling call and an escape.
Yes, you don't want to lose it on that scenario after you've worked this hard. Right now he's rode so well, but here comes.
There's where he needs to be. Good breakdown. Get a wrist. Continue on. He does a good job with that near leg. There he's elevating. That's the best spot to be. Continue to work here. Gets another breakdown. You can just see the veteran in Carson Zeise. We talked about how many good opponents he's wrestled, and just ultimately, that's a really good win after getting punched in the mouth.
Whoa, there's the. Woo. I think they're going to talk to each other whether there was the escape.
No way.
And then the grab of the ankle.
If they didn't give an escape over here to Brody Wacker, there's no way. Oh, no! Oh!
Good thing you and I aren't pulling tabs or scratching lottery tickets.
They're going to make me eat my words here.
And that was, I had that feeling as they talked to each other, and there is literally everybody standing right now at the edge of the mat for these two.
Oh, it's a deep shot by Deutsch, but Zeise with a good job with his hips.
Look at
He's got to go behind. There he goes.
There he goes.
Nice job. The Yellow Jacket faithful are stating their displeasures. To me, it's going to be a takedown, and it looks like there might be some sort of unsportsmanlike. I don't know what happened, something the ref didn't like, but it was after the takedown, so it shouldn't have any result on the match unless there is a team play.
And if it's an unsportsmanlike, it would be -1 to whatever team it is on the team score. So Zeise should get the win here. I can't see anywhere that it wouldn't be the win for him. But we have heavy discussion here at the table.
Too much discussion. Regardless, the match is done. So
right.
Wow. What a match.
Back to back. Tegan Detloff will be on the mat, 21-2. Caden Larson on the mat for the Rebels. Caden Larson Jr., 11-8. Detloff, number 1 rated AA wrestler in the state of Minnesota, 21-2, off a 6-0 Clash tournament. Really nice, and he's right back to work just like he was in the first.
Yeah, Tegan wasted no time with 2 quick single legs. He's got that Turk elevated. He's getting a near fall right now. I think he's got 3 swipes.
Steve Sanitation and Horace Mann bringing you this 172-pound match.
I think he's got 4 now. I've seen about 10 swipes, but I don't know if they were in sequence.
They were, but I was going to say I'm not
predetermining
anything tonight.
Another good single leg by Tegan, just getting to work here for his team, and just in the blink of an eye, it is 13-2 for Tegan Detloff with a minute left in the first period.
So a little recap here, lots of things going on. Wow, the middle of that is incredible. It's so fun to watch. If that goes the other way, we're looking at a 15-23 deficit right now, Jess, going into 172 pounds, which you know you're favored, but it puts a lot more pressure on these kids. So hats off to both Brody Wacker and Carson Zeise to weather the storm, come back, and ultimately put your team in a really good position here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you look down the line and you think, how is this all going to shake out? Both teams have quality 215-pounders. So whether the flip went one way or another, I don't know if we'll see that matchup or if we'll see them flip it. But it's just this is why you're here tonight. This is fun.
Well, and at 89, Cole Julin, remind me a lot of Xander Teutsch in his strength and his power and the way he's built. So there's no gimme there. You said Eli Royko, number 4, against Fuller, number 10. Detloff, again, does what he does. Tech falls faster than we can get things ready to go. Again, thank you to Steve Sanitation and Horace Mann for sponsoring that match.
And here we are. This is going to be go ahead. I won't step on your toes here.
No, go ahead. You do.
I was going to say this is Tristan Larson for the Jackets and Cole Julin for the Rebels, and this is going to be a high-flying one from the get-go. Tristan getting to his underhooks right away, and he has Julin in trouble right on the edge, similar to the first match. Holy smokes. I couldn't even get it out before it happened, Lance.
No, it's crazy, and just bringing Tristan Larson back into the lineup for the Yellow Jackets, just a real key. He's just a competitor. I mean, there's no other way around it. The kid likes to compete. He's good at competing, and he's just going to help give another spark plug in this lineup. Now you can go John Stake, you can go Tristan Larson, you can bounce them around, you can do different things depending on injuries. They're all going to be needed. And this match brought to you by Persons Financial Protection and Esser's Plumbing and Heating.
Here we are again, double underhook situation. There's going to be some feet flying in this one, one way or another. Tristan getting to his double leg. He's got to run to it. I'd like to see 2 hands to that one leg, but he does a good job running and getting the 3 right at the edge. Really nice job finishing by Tristan Larson. And just like that, he's up 10-1 here in the first period with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a lot of offense. And again, I think that's the best, Tristan, when you see his offense under control like he's been tonight, and very calculated on when he wants to go. Kid has really a dynamic set of tools that he's been given. He's strong, he's quick, he's fast, and if he decides to use those all in the right way, he's really tough on the mat.
Well, just the Tristan way of looking at things. Last year he had a huge win to seal the match against quality TJ Fuller, who we'll see here later. And we commended him on being under control, and he said, man, that was boring.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that conversation.
Won the duel to go to state, and it was boring for him to wrestle under control. But you got to love it. You got to love the passion, and here we go into the second period.
Well, and it's usually these athletes, the things that drive you crazy are also the things that you love about them, and that's what he's bringing to the table. And I like his speed and quickness, and I wondered about being at 189 pounds, but I think Julian's a smaller 189-pounder as well, but I think Tristan can use that quickness. And we talked about farm strength with John Stake. You see the same things on Tristan Larson.
Absolutely, and little slide by Julian there. I'd love to see Tristan, like I said, go 2 hands to a leg. He might be giving up just a little bit of weight, not a huge 89-pounder, but his strength and physicality definitely make up for that. But if he can keep pounding on that head just like he's doing, there he gets into a nice throw by. He's got to be a little careful, but a nice 3-point takedown.
And the first whoa from the crowd, and again, you like you said, you got to be careful on those things with the slam. We've seen weirder things happen that you end up not winning a match because of that.
Yeah, Tristan doing a good job climbing the ladder here. I think he's going to need this, otherwise it's going to be a tech fall. If he can get up on top just a little bit more, he's going to get out to the side now into more of a headlock situation, and that might be it. And that is, I believe he's going to win 17-1 over Cole Julin.
Again, now you see that separation happening, and it could have been a lot tighter at this point.
But we ultimately get the match we're waiting for.
Right, and again, these are two really good athletes, not just bigger guys. As we have Eli Royko out on the mat for the Yellowjackets. Eli, 15-3 on the season, rated number 4 in the state at 2A. Going against TJ Fuller, senior, 13-3, number 10 in 2A. So again, here we go, the match we talked about, and you wondered if one would bump up or whatever just to go, but they're going after each other, and Royko looks aggressive right off the first step.
Well, we mentioned that Perm's headed to DL on Friday, so I'm sure this is a match that Eli Royko wants to get, knowing he's going to see Francis later on too. You'd love to be on one side and have the other two wrestle each other in sections, but right here, right now, this is all that matters. Nice snap by Royko there. You can see just the raw power. Fuller, we talked about earlier, he's kind of a technician. He's going to stay in good position. He's not going to do anything crazy, but he's just a really good wrestler.
Tried to get in on that Russian tie, just kind of trying to control the arms of Royko. Royko, you can just see the sheer power. He wants to just come at you, and we'll see the battle of what wins. Royko has had some really good success here. Also went 6-0 at the Clash, which is a feat amongst itself. Again, he's coming back from injury. So I think early in the year took him a little bit time, not only switching schools, but coming back from injury. So now I think we're going to start to see the second half of the year roll into 8AA, the best of Eli Royko.
Yeah, from the early looks of this first period, I think the plan for Royko is just to pressure, see if you can maybe get a stall call out of Fuller here early, force him into something he doesn't want to do, and then you can get into your attacks.
Yeah, and again, ultimately, when you do this, the heavy pressure you're wearing down, dragging on the arms. Nice job right here by Royko with the back trip.
You can just see the power there in that knee pick, staying up high with one hand and going down with another, and just taking him down. And it's not a small dude you're doing that to. Both these guys are full 215s.
Again, 3-0 lead, 20 seconds remaining here on your Hilltop Lumber scoreboard. And again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. It's tough with wrestling. Please really thank these people if you see them by allowing us to get all 3 of these matches on tonight, which is getting my voice in check here. Jesse, we'll have some things coming up here that are pretty unique to the Hive, and we'll talk about those kind of in our post-match wrap-up that will be brought to you by KLN.
Looks like Royko deferred and Fuller chose down for the second period.
Boy, you can just sense it in the crowd. It's like flips a switch. Like they're waiting for something to happen, and they know there's 2 good wrestlers on the mat right now.
Ooh, looks like Royko kind of baited him into a cradle, but he overdid it there. Fuller coming out behind. He's going to get the reversal. See if he can stay on the mat here and get his escape. Otherwise, yeah, really nice job. Royko might have took him a little too fast, but ultimately we're at a 3-2 match here in the second period.
Yeah, that was kind of a unique situation, so to speak, Jesse. As like you said, I think Royko was surprised that that was given up, and then as he went, the momentum of both wrestlers at 215 pounds all of a sudden flipped, and that roll continued. And nice job by Fuller being an optimist and making the most out of that, and really getting this at 3-2. A minute 30 to go here. A really good match between 2 good wrestlers.
Absolutely. Coach McEachran, Johnny on the spot with the blood again.
Blood timeout right here, sponsored by Perham Health tonight. And again, lots of sponsors. New Horizons Realty brought us our matchup. Blood timeout by Perham Health. Scoreboard by Hilltop Lumber. Our wrestler of the match coming up, Steve Sanitation. And more to come.
Wow, Fuller pulled a bar back He's got a single arm bar on Royko right now. Not really the ideal spot for Mr. Royko to be, but he's got to work his way forward, continue to try to get that arm back. You can see he's pulling like crazy, but
boy, he's threading that needle, getting that elbow tip up.
He's going to try to get out and run it here.
Boy, Fuller looks really confident being on top here, Jesse, and these are the things you got to see before the section comes, and that's why even though the match, the Yellow Jackets are going to win, that's why these are so important right now.
Absolutely, and you know, Fuller, he's so long, he's got such a long lower half that he's able to act like he's getting out to the side without getting out to the side, but you see Royko work up to a base here. He's got to get his elbows in.
As soon as he extended that arm, right back in went Fuller. He's just baiting him into re-getting, and I think he wants to readjust to get it tighter.
Yeah, he's kind of working the half here. Doing a good job. We're under 15 seconds here. There's a stall call on Royko. Tough spot to be in when you have an arm bar on your back, and you know, what does the ref expect you to do? But you know, you got to give credit to Fuller for putting the pressure down.
Again, we'll go into the third. 3-2. Nice takedown by Royko. Excellent reversal by Fuller. It leads us to where we're at. Both up. We're going to settle. Takedown might win this right off the bat, as both guys seem to be able to ride pretty well once they get their shoulders pressed against their other.
Yeah, I don't mind the decision by Royko. You have the 1-point lead here. You know, you got the takedown. You were in full control on your feet. I think you continue to pressure forward and do your thing.
Well, in that, his stall call came when he was on the bottom. You take bottom again, all of a sudden you get another stall. There gives the point, and again, Fuller looks the aggressor right now.
Yeah, Royko did a good job with his 2-on-1, working to try to get a little drag, but he's got to continue to move forward, keep the pressure on, because at some point Fuller's going to have to go. You know, you are in the driver's seat.
We're getting very physical with the arms and hands and heavy on the head right now.
Fuller's got his own Russian tie here on the edge, and this is one of those things you'd love to see Royko get a takedown and kind of put the stamp on it here.
Again, you could tell the respect is there as both of these guys, they're working their stuff. They're just not fully committed to it right now, but I have a feeling we're going to see a takedown yet here, Jesse.
Yeah, Royko looks to that underhook. He's going to throw it by, trying to get to a single leg. I don't know how long Fuller can go backwards before giving up a takedown, and there should be 3 on the edge.
And there it is.
Really nice job by Royko there, throwing that shot, putting that shoulder up to a takedown with 40 seconds left.
Boy, again, you talk about patience. Eli Royko right there just waited, knew when the time was right. Excellent job, Eli Royko, and again, 6-2 lead, but again, we have seen a whole handful of really good matches tonight, and it's kind of what we expected.
Yeah, you'd love to see really good job by Royko here, getting a breakdown, just kind of suffocating him with pressure and just working those wrists, doing the same thing that Fuller was doing on top.
Potentially dangerous, I think, called there.
Yeah, it looked like the arm was in a chicken wing position.
Fuller-Royko match brought to you by Otter Tail Power and Hanson's Plumbing and Heating tonight. And they got a good one, and so did we. And it's been fun to watch. And, again, you can see now Royko just feeling very confident where he is. And again, a great match, one I'd like to see more often.
Yeah, we could see it again, depending on how the seeds fall out. But ultimately, great job by Eli Royko getting a quality win here over TJ Fuller.
Yeah, excellent work by both of those young men. Jaden Gorns coming out on the mat at the 285 pounds, a sophomore, 1-5 on the season. He will be up against Nolan Dale, I believe. I got paperwork all over the place. Nolan Dale Jr., 8-7 on the season. So Gorence, Dale, brought to you. Now I lost my sponsor sheet. It's been one of those kind of nights.
Foltz Construction Interiors by Winkles in Rivers Edge Cabinetry.
And just like that, Jesse Hines saves the day for me again. Thank you.
Happen to have it right here in front of me.
I have no. Oh, there it is.
Not a whole lot of offense here so far. A couple of big guys trying to jockey for position. You couldn't have two polar opposite body types here, but that's the beauty of the heavyweight weight class.
Yeah, you just never know what you're going to get when you get to the heavyweight weight class. And again, both of these guys, again, kind of not typical of the heavyweight, but you see them really heavy on the head, trying to do those drags, really wear out. And here's Dale with the takedown.
Yeah, nice little slide by there. Did a good job, got Jaden Gorence leaning a little bit, but he's going to go right to work on top here.
Again, stay tuned. We'll have the post-match wrap-up. We'll talk a little bit about all three matches, especially this one after we're done, brought to you by KLN. We'll look for the move of the match, the pin of the match, and the wrestler of the match, all sponsored by Steve Sanitation, Ottertail Power, and Horace Mann. Again, Pint trapping that arm behind. Ran out of time. 3-0 lead for Dale. Heading into the second. He's going to choose down, I believe.
Good return by Gorence there. Trying to go to work on top. He's going to have to return him here or cut him loose, and there he cuts him loose.
Again, say what you will. Doesn't matter what the score is on the score clock. Anytime the 285-pounders enter the ring.
Ooh, there's a headlock attempt by Gorence. He just missed.
The crowd's on their feet just waiting for something to happen. 7-0 lead now for Nolan Dale. Again, nice job. It's going to be interesting when we head to Section 8 AA and it comes tournament time. I think there's not that clear-cut favorite like you're going to walk into and it going, oh, yeah, this is the team that's going to win. Obviously, I love the Yellowjackets, so I'm rooting for them. But I think you can throw a handful of teams in there come this time. I'm anxious to see Alexandria. I see they're peeking into the lean and mean. Thief River Falls we've seen. You know what Coach Geiser's going to do with them. DGF here. There's just a whole group of teams that I think depends on how healthy you are at the end of the year, how matchups work out, but it could be a really fun Section 8 AA tournament.
Yeah, and a Minnewaska team, too, that was in the semifinals last year. The section is so big now, and now Nolan Dale's running a little arm bar. We're under 25 seconds here. We'll see if Gorence can hang on. This looks pretty tight.
Back points. He's rolling back here. Dale's doing a nice job using that leverage, and there's the fall. Which brings your final score on the Hilltop Lumber 34-23. And we're not going to make a big point of this, but we're going to go back. I'm sure we're going to talk about those two matches in the middle, Jesse. What happens if they don't go our way? And again, we'll have a lot to talk about. Please come back and join us on the KLN post-match show. We'll be right back after a short little break here.
At United Community Bank, we're not just in the community, we're sewn into the fabric of it. We shop downtown, we coach Little League, we're a part of your story. We're not serving customers, we're serving families. And we've done so since 1911. We're here for your first bank account, your first car, your first home. Community is our middle name, and Perham, Frazee, and Dent are our homes. And where some banks have branches, we have roots. United Community Bank, UCBankMN.com, member FDIC.
Hi, my name's Wally Anderson. I've been at Tuffy's for 3 years at the warehouse. I just recently bought a Panoptics. It's like an underwater camera. Saved my profit sharing checks for it, and I purchased it, and I can't really wait to use it this winter go ice fishing. KLM's got better health insurance. Their profit sharing checks, it's a huge difference. It's bar none by far the best company to come work for.
Hey, it's Tucker again, did you know? EOT Insurance Agency.
At Hilltop Lumber, we're not just about building materials. We're about building relationships. We're honored to be recognized for our excellence in our industry, but the greatest reward? It's the trust we built with our customers. It's not just about providing quality materials, it's about building strong relationships. We're proud to be a part of the communities we serve, working with you to bring your vision to life. Because at Hilltop Lumber, success is measured by the partnerships we create and the homes, businesses, and dreams we help build together. Hilltop Lumber, where we help plan, supply, and deliver dreams.
Central Market, the fresh place in Perham and Detroit Lakes, offering the freshest meat, produce, bakery, and deli products possible with great value for your money. A visit to Central Market is a journey into freshness. You'll always be able to find a wide variety of items that will result in the perfect meal for your family and friends. Begin with their meat department, and whether it's succulent fruit and vegetables, fresh baked specialties from their bakery, or the convenience of fresh deli selections, Central Market is the fresh place for your family. Go Yellowjackets!
Well, welcome back live into the Hive. Lots of big things we mentioned tonight, being a really super special night. Coach Mosier, the Werner Brothers, Minnesota Wrestling Hall of Fame. We talked about Coach Dave Vetch, 100th win earlier this year. Carson Zeise, 75th. And now we are celebrating 150 wins for Mr. Tegan Detloff.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, he's been in the lineup a long time, and he lights up the scoreboard more than anybody I've ever been around. So, I mean, hard-working kid. Love to have coached him on the football field too, and just a great human being. And couldn't think of another guy who's more deserving of those.
Yeah, hats off, Tegan. We're super proud of you from all of us. You can probably catch the family getting some pictures right here. So congratulations. One of the things that I always took away, it really should be a family event because there is a lot of travel, there's a lot of tournaments, there's a lot of bleacher sitting by sisters and an older brother, and again, super special night, 150th win. And again, we just checked those boxes of all the things, and that just says volumes to where the Perham Yellowjackets are right now in the wrestling program. So hats off, Tegan Detloff. That is outstanding. So a lot of things we need to wrap up here, Jesse, in the post-match wrap-up by KLN. First one will be move of the match, and I think you kind of said this to me, and I agree with you. I'll let you take this one over, sponsored by Ottertail Power.
Yeah, the move of the match, we're going with Eli Royko for that kind of securing takedown he had on the edge against TJ Fuller. Highly contested match. It was a 3-2 match into the third period, and he got that big takedown to kind of put the nail in the coffin and ultimately get another big ranked win.
Yeah, it was just a battle, and it was a battle of really good 215-pounders. You're not ranked fourth in the state in AA and 10th without being where you're at, and both of those guys brought a really good match to us tonight. Second, we're going to go pin of the match, brought to you by Horace Mann, and it started way earlier in the event.
Yeah, big pin by Dresden Wakescheid. It's tough to think way back then after all the action that's taken place, but Dres, a senior in this team, senior leader, setting a great example for those lighter weights as he has for years, coming out, getting a big pin for his team in a big Section 8 AA duel.
Well, and where it was is after a big win by Ketterling over Roth, and then nice job by Jackson Pazdernik. He kind of threw his name in the hat of someone that we thought really wrestled well tonight. And then Koysen came out and did what we thought Koysen would do. No disrespect to Beckham Bankowski. He's going to be a great wrestler and have a ton of wins for the Yellow Jackets. But Koysen's right now on another level from almost everybody else in the state. And so when Dres came up, that was a huge time for the Yellow Jackets to that they needed that pin. And then I think we're going to go co-wrestlers of the match. We went one way. I'll let you do one. I'll do the other. We talked about this. A few matches go the other way, and we're tied going into heavyweight. And, wow, that would have been a barn burner of an ending for the Yellow Jackets and DGF, and that just shows you how close these matches can be. So I'll let you award the first one, and you could choose whichever one.
The first one, we'll go with Brody Wacker. I would say just staying the course, getting a big escape to put it within reach, not panicking in the last minute, having two opportunities, quality shots at finishing. One went off the mat, and one ultimately sealed the deal for him on his second big underdog win of the evening and a big win for the Jackets. And I'll let you give the other one.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just going to give hats off, too, to Brody. You know, I have a strong hunch that the DGF coaching staff really felt that was a spot that they should probably get a win, and maybe even looking for more than a win, and he just did lights out. You got to go back to back. Carson Zeise, I know Carson probably, you look at it, being ranked in state, should have been favored. That being said, he ran into Tornado, and it just was like, what is happening here? And it was like could do no wrong, and you got to give Carson Zeise credit. I honestly, you watch the maturity and you talk about that. I don't know the younger Carson would have weathered that storm. The veteran Carson just kind of kept wrestling, kept doing what he was supposed to do, and lo and behold, came out with a really big win for the Yellow Jackets tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, you hit the nail on the head on just keeping your composure. We talked about it during the match and how he just got back to his basic technique. I mean, I don't think you're going to see many matches where he gives up 3 takedowns that are sure takedowns like that. And you could even see him kind of go, whoa, and just reset himself, get the match within a takedown, get to that tying point, and then ultimately take the lead. Made it interesting at the end for us, but got it done in the end.
Yeah, and again, it's so hats off to both of our Steve Sanitation wrestlers of the match, Brody Wacker, Carson Zeise, and we could have named some others. Like I said, Jackson Pazdernik definitely threw his name in the hat there as well. What a day. What a kickoff. It had ended with just kind of a storm, and that's what we thought was going to happen. But the Yellow Jackets prevail. They walk out going 2-0. DGF's going to be right there when it comes Section 8 AA time. I have no doubt in my mind about that. So lots of things going on. We'll be back on the air. We've got one more home event, but before that home event, we're going to host the conference here. So Heart of the Lakes Conference, 8 teams, 3 mats. We're going to cover as much as we can. You and I, Jason Groth will be on with us. We're going to have cameras set up at every mat. We're going to be able to switch between mats. We're going to bring you all the coverage. I need to get my voice ready after tonight. I can tell that. But there's always something fun about the Heart of the Lakes Conference.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's kind of building back to the way it used to be. You know, listen to me talk like I'm an old man, right?
Yeah.
Get to the way things used to be, but lots of ranked wrestlers at every weight, and just continuing to see that wrestling tradition thrive in a lot of these Heart of Lake schools.
Right, and then looking way into the future, Section 8 AA team hosted at the Hive, and we're going to bring you that as well. So we have a ton of wrestling coming up for you. We just certainly appreciate you sticking with us. Again, thanks to Tanya Beachy for all of her work, Jason Groth for all the setup and getting us ready to go. Obviously, Perham administration for all they do for us. And to you, Jesse, thanks for hanging with me tonight. Like always, it's a fun time when you and I get to sit and talk sports at any level. So, Yellow Jackets, 2-0 on tonight. I think they can walk away feeling pretty good. Lots of action coming. They'll be on the road the rest of the week. Congratulations as Coach Durkeising walks in the door to him and the basketball team on their win over the Frazee Hornets tonight. Good night to be a Yellow Jacket. For Jesse Hine, I'm Lance Rock. We'll see you at the next event.
You've been watching 549 Media. Don't miss a moment. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications at youtube.com/@549media. The plays, the energy, the excitement, it's all right here with 549 Media.